Chapter 141. You Are Ye Foam. The sudden burst of power coming from Shifeng's doppelganger alarmed the players who were previously behaving indifferently. A vast sea of thunder and flames erupted from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. The players present could feel an oppressive feeling that was even more powerful than that of the shadow leopard kingas for the ones who were in direct confrontation with the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. No. A few players immediately cried out in fear when confronted with the approaching fire and thunder. They all turned around and fled immediately. However, thunder flame explosion had an effective radius of 5 yards. Moreover, the skill descended on the players extremely quickly, and they had no time to run out of the area at all. They were only able to watch helplessly as the power of the skill consumed them. The players who possessed life-saving skills immediately activated them. Assassins used wind steps, swordsmen used parry, berserkers used block. As for those who had their life-saving skills on cooldown, all of them were swallowed by the thunder and fire. Without life-saving skills, those with already low HP immediately died. In the end, 4 members of Martial Union died from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, while the remaining survivors all heaved a sigh of relief. Humph. Brat, you're dead now for sure. So, just accept your fate. The level 9 berserker, 5 rats, glared at Shifeng's doppelganger, smiling contemptuously. He abruptly brandished his greatsword, casting cleave on the doppelganger. The other survivors also used their explosively powerful skills, launching their attacks towards Shifeng's doppelganger. Shifeng's doppelganger suddenly smiled. The doppelganger did not attempt to defend against any of the attacks. Instead, it used Earth Splitter, slashing its sword towards the players from Martial Union. Witnessing Shifeng's ludicrous actions, the players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded. Did he want them to perish together with him? The might of the Earth Splitter was extremely great, and the attacking players were all caught by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 low HP players were killed by the doppelganger's sword, with 3 having their HP reduced to a critical level. Only Ironsword Lion and 5 rats still had over half of their HP. However, Shifeng's doppelganger was similarly struck by everyone's skills, and its HP continuously fell. Within the blink of an eye, its HP was close to reaching 0. Yuri, truly a lunatic. However, your equipment I'll gladly receive. Greed flashed across 5 rats' eyes as he looked at Shifeng's dark black equipment. This mysterious swordsman had taken the initiative to attack them, even managing to cull quite a lot of their numbers, so he had definitely become a red player, a huge one at that. If he were to die, he might even drop every single piece of equipment on his person. Moreover, both swordsmen and berserkers wore plate armor. Also, very little equipment at this stage of the game had class limitations. So, there was a possibility that 5 rats would be able to use some of the equipment that dropped. Ironsword Lion also heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious swordsman before him was just too powerful. If not for so many players surrounding the mysterious swordsman, Ironsword Lion would have very quickly been killed. However, for reasons unknown, Ironsword Lion had felt a sense of familiarity when he crossed swords with the mysterious swordsman. Yet, he was unable to figure out why at this moment. Shifeng's doppelganger sent a faint smile at 5 rat swap. At the instant the doppelganger was about to disappear, Shifeng's original body swapped positions with the doppelganger. However, nobody managed to discover this fact. The abyssal blade and silver lake in Shifeng's hands transformed into a storm, sweeping across all the surviving melee players. 16 sword images instantly stabbed towards the players who had lowered their guards. 5 rats looked at his own HP rapidly sliding downwards, dumbfounded. His heart filled with both shock and confusion. Wasn't the mysterious swordsman in front of him supposed to be dead? So, why was the mysterious swordsman still able to attack him? Moreover, the mysterious swordsman's speed was so great that not even 5 rats himself was able to react. 2 swords, 16 sword images. Just what sort of speed was this? However, the more shocking matter to 5 rats was the mysterious swordsman's damage. Even 5 rats, whose damage and defense were the highest amongst the players present, had received over -300 points of damage from each sword image, with the highest damage reaching over -500 points. Five Rat's HP was only a measly 840 points, and even under a state of full HP, he would still be instantly killed. You are Yifeng? Iron's Word Lion glared at Yifeng as he died, both his eyes turning incomparably crimson. His eyes were full of both shock and unwillingness. He truly did not think that he would actually be killed by Yifeng once again. The reason he felt that the mysterious swordsman was Yifeng was that he was extremely familiar with this move. He had been killed by this move twice before, and it would be hard for him to forget it even if he wanted to originally. He could have become an influential figure in Red Leaf Town, catching up to the influence of a third-rate guild. In the end, however, he was turned into a mess by Yifeng. He had even lost his most precious pass to Blackwing City after he placed a bounty on Yifeng and his teammates. He in turn had a bounty placed upon him by Yifeng, becoming the laughingstock of the entire White River City. Originally, he thought that he would be able to give Yifeng a crushing defeat with a high bounty. In the end, however, a large majority of his guild members were crushed and ended up leaving the guild. The original member count of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town was quickly reduced from the original 100+ members down to less than 10 players. Martial Union then became the laughingstock of the players in Red Leaf Town. Now, they had prepared to surround Yifeng, but the results had still turned out as such again and again. Iron's Word Lion had tried to deal with Yifeng. Yet every single time, he ended up with failure. Iron's Word Lion even believed that Yifeng was the bane of his life. Otherwise, how could he explain his continuous series of failures? Now that Yifeng had killed him for the third time, Iron's Word Lion's confidence had been thoroughly shattered the first time. He used the excuse that he was ambushed by Yifeng, being killed in just 2 moves the second time. He used the excuse of not having a full understanding of Yifeng's strength, being insta-killed in just 1 move. Now it was the third time. Yifeng did not even use a skill this time, yet Iron's Word Lion was still instantly killed in just 2 attacks. A deep fear had been instilled into Iron's Word Lion. Every time he met with Yifeng, he could feel that the gap between himself and Yifeng was growing wider and wider. Up until this instance, he did not even possess the qualifications to go against Yifeng. It was just like how Absolute Heaven had killed him many times over in the past. Although he frantically tried to take revenge, in the end, he would still choose to compromise, be it Absolute Heaven or Yifeng. Both were existences that he could no longer afford to provoke. When the players from Martial Union heard Iron's Word Lion's dying words, each and every one of them was greatly shocked, being able to kill 5 players within an instant, with branch leaders like Iron's Word Lion and 5 Rats included amongst them. This strength was simply too frightening. So he is Yifeng? It was the first time Unstable Devastation personally met Yifeng. Although he tried identifying Yifeng's information, the results he obtained actually displayed it as unknown, giving him a slight shock. Aside from Yifeng's HP bar, there was nothing else Unstable Devastation could see. However, the dark black equipment Yifeng was wearing was undoubtedly an equipment set. Also, due to the hooded cape Yifeng was wearing, Unstable Devastation was unable to get a clear image of his appearance. Yifeng held a sword of unidentifiable quality in one hand, and a treasured sword that gave off a light blue glow in the other. The treasured sword was at least secret silver rank. Judging from Yifeng's performance in the battle before, Yifeng was much stronger than what Iron's Word Lion had stated. If Yifeng was already so powerful right now, he would definitely become unstoppable in the future. If Unstable Devastation were to meet Yifeng before, he definitely would not have provoked Yifeng, no matter what. However, Yifeng already had an unresolvable grudge with Martial Union, so Unstable Devastation would not be courteous with him anymore. Before Yifeng grew to unreachable heights, he needed to thoroughly nip the bud while everyone else was observing Shifeng's information. Shifeng himself did not stay idle. He bent down, picking up all 5 pieces of equipment that dropped on the ground and storing them in his bag. He would be able to sell the equipment for a large sum of money. Seeing Yifeng take away 5 pieces of equipment that were above level 5, Unstable Devastation trembled in rage. This equipment all belonged to their Martial Union, yet Yifeng actually dared take it away right before his eyes. Shifeng simply did not place any importance on him. Originally, I was still worried that you were an extraordinarily calm person and that you would not show up no matter what. However, I never imagined that you were just a simple fool. Since you have arrived, I'll just deal with you as well." Unstable devastation squinted his eyes, a chilling glow coming from them. He stared fixedly at Sherfong, laughing coldly as he said, "Aside from shield warriors, guardian knights, and healers, everyone else, get rid of him for me." Unstable devastation did not know how Yifeng was able to enter the Gale Valley undetected. He was even able to discover them while they were in the midst of battling against the Shadow Leopard King. However, Yifeng was simply courting death by hurrying to this place. Unstable devastation aimed his bow at Yifeng, locking onto Yifeng's vital points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows consecutively fired out of Unstable Devastation's bow right now. The Shadow Leopard King's berserk period was already over, and its remaining HP did not reach even 30%. The 2 elite Shadow Leopards that the king summoned previously were also dead now, so it was only a matter of time before the Shadow Leopard King itself would die. Unstable Devastation was not afraid of Yifeng's disturbance at all at this moment. The other players all started sending attacks at Sherfong Fireball, Frost Arrow, Dark Arrow, Charge, and many more attacking and restricting skills. Sherfong smiled as he looked at everyone attacking him, not moving a single step. He then used silent steps to quietly appear behind the healers of Martial Union, very quickly dodging everyone's attacks. Chapter 142, Turnabout. Sherfeng's silent steps allowed him to move behind a target within a 40-yard distance. Although it was not as convenient as an elementalist's blink and had a longer cooldown, its range was much farther than blink. Moreover, there were no activation gestures required for the skill. The skill could be activated wordlessly, making it extremely hard to discover now. Run. Unstable Devastation abruptly shouted when he observed his surroundings, suddenly discovering Sherfong behind their healers. Although the healers heard Unstable Devastation yelling, they still turned their heads to look at him. They had no idea what Unstable Devastation was trying to say. Why did they need to run? Too late. Naturally, Sherfong would not give them any chances. To save time, he did not even use a skill. Instead, he instantly created 12 sword images, instant-killing the 4 defenseless healers Yifeng. Unstable Devastation glared at Sherfong, both his eyes emitting flames of rage. He bellowed, "You're courting death." Unstable Devastation was truly furious now. With all their healers dead, they would definitely have to pay an extremely high price to deal with the Shadow Leopard King. There was even a possibility of them team-wiping, and the main culprit of this was Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, Unstable Devastation retrieved 5 pitch-black arrows from his bag. He aimed and shot all of them at Sherfong in succession fatal shot. The 5 arrows almost instantly pierced Sherfeng's vital points. They blocked Sherfeng's path. "You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll leave first." After killing all of the healers, Sherfong revealed a faint smile at the arrows flying towards him. He dared not stay any longer. If he fell under the restricting skills of other classes, he would end tragically. It would be better for him to depart now and observe the tigers battle each other. Hence, Sherfong activated Windwalk, leaving behind an afterimage as he disappeared towards the forest. In the end, the 5 arrows only sliced through the afterimage Sherfong left behind. Although the players from Martial Union tried to chase after Sherfong, his speed was just too fast for them. After he entered the forest, they could no longer find any trace of him. Abominable. Watching Sherfong escape, Unstable Devastation's expression turned indignant, his fists tightening. "Boss Unstable, are we still giving chase?" An assassin carefully asked. Unstable Devastation shook his head, dismal. "No." With all their healers dead, if they were to simultaneously search for Sherfong while they battled the Shadow Leopard King, there would only be one ending for them: a complete team wipe. That would even allow Sherfong to reap the benefits. Just the battle prowess Sherfong displayed was enough to give Unstable Devastation a headache. If he sent only a single party to chase Sherfong, it would be no different than serving them up on a silver platter. Without a full team, they would have no way of dealing with Sherfong. Moreover, if Sherfong used that extraordinary speed of his to engage in a getaway battle, a single team would not be enough to deal with him. If they rushed into the forest to chase after Sherfong, He would simply pick them off, one by one, while they would be completely helpless. Everyone retreat. Don't bother with the Shadow Leopard King anymore, and prepare for an ambush by Yi Feng. Notify the other teams, and tell them to gather here immediately. If he thinks he can take advantage of me, he should think again. Unstable Devastation said in a calm tone. He suppressed his anger, calming his excited heart. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining, and they would need to throw away a lot of lives to kill it. Although it was unfortunate to give up on the Shadow Leopard King, Unstable Devastation did not believe that Sherfeng would not return to take advantage of the injured. Not only could he get rid of them this way, but he could also obtain the loot from the Shadow Leopard King, killing two birds with one stone. Who wouldn't go for such a good deal? Thinking up to this point, Unstable Devastation decided to give up on the Shadow Leopard King instead of letting Sherfeng gain an advantage. He would rather give up. That way, neither side would gain anything right now. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining. Even if Sherfeng wanted to kill it, it would be impossible. If he tried, they might benefit from it. Not only would they get to kill Yi Feng, but Yi Feng would also have reduced the Shadow Leopard King's HP even further. If Sherfeng did not intend to deal with the Shadow Leopard King, that, too, would be fine as long as their other forces arrive. The Shadow Leopard King would still belong to Martial Union. At that time, Sherfeng could only watch from the side with Unstable Devastation's command. The members of Martial Union could only helplessly retreat, giving up a good chance to kill the Shadow Leopard King. However, before the players from Martial Union could properly retreat, the Shadow Leopard King suddenly let out a fierce roar. It summoned forth two elite Shadow Leopards once more to chase after Thema's Martial Union's players retreated, and the Shadow Leopards pursued them. They discovered a peculiar matter. The Shadow Leopard King did not seem to intend to give up the chase whatsoever. It had killed many other players and even decimated most of a Shield Warrior's HP. Boss Unstable, the Shadow Leopard King is faster than us, and it is still chasing after us. If this continues, it will wipe us out sooner or later. What do we do now? An elementalist beside Unstable Devastation asked worriedly. I can see that. I don't need you to remind me. Unstable Devastation said in a huff. Unstable Devastation suffered a massive headache over the incessant pursuit by the Shadow Leopard King. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to kill the Shadow Leopard King instead. He truly did not think that this Shadow Leopard King would bear a grudge, refusing to give up. They could not escape even if they wanted to now. Moreover, more members were dying in the chase than in the fight. Notify the other teams to hurry. We'll delay the Shadow Leopard King while we move toward the meeting point, and look out for ambushes. Helpless about the situation, Unstable Devastation could only think of this plan. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Sherfeng witnessed the scene with perfect clarity. Although Unstable Devastation's decision was an intelligent one, he could not outdo Sherfeng. Sherfeng had long since known that the Shadow Leopard King would ceaselessly chase after Martial Union. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to depart. He was merely awaiting the perfect chance to take action. After God's domain evolved, the range of monsters' activity had also greatly increased. For chieftain-ranked monsters such as the Shadow Leopard King, its range of activity might even encompass a large half of the entire Gale Valley. Unless everyone from Martial Union left the Gale Valley, or they entered the core area of the Gale Valley, the Shadow Leopard King would not let them get away. As time slowly passed, the number of players the Shadow Leopard King killed grew higher and higher. However, it only had 10% HP remaining now. Meanwhile, Martial Union's previous 50-man team had only 16 players remaining. One could not help but admit that the losses they suffered were incomparably bitter. Are they still not here? Unstable Devastation paid attention to the surrounding movements as he attacked the Shadow Leopard King, his heart filled with wariness for Sherfeng's ambush. Now that the Shadow Leopard King had less than 10% HP remaining, it was definitely an opportune time for Sherfeng to launch an ambush. Hence, Unstable Devastation's expression turned exceptionally grave. Boss Unstable, they said that they are only 10 minutes away. 10 minutes? Why don't you tell them to go die instead? Unstable Devastation cursed. This was a crucial moment. The Shadow Leopard King in front of them was about to die, and Sure Foam would appear at any given moment. If they waited for another 10 minutes, the Shadow Leopard King would already be dead. He truly regretted not bringing more players with him. Now, Sure Foam, who was hiding in a dark corner, possessed the advantage of initiative, while they were completely helpless against him. It was truly depressing. After a period, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 2%. However, there were still no signs of Shurfeng's assault, causing unstable devastation to become incomparably excited. Everyone surround the Shadow Leopard King and focus all firepower on it. It is about to die, so look out for Yi Foam. Unstable Devastation said with a loud laugh. If Sure Foam had appeared sometime earlier, there was an 80% chance of them team-wiping. Now that the Shadow Leopard King was about to die, however, even if Sure Foam dared to show himself, Unstable Devastation was confident at holding him at bay, allowing his teammates to kill the Shadow Leopard King. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 200 points. As long as Martial Union sent 2 more rounds of attacks at it, they would kill the Shadow Leopard King. The Shadow Leopard King is mine. Unstable Devastation used Power Shot. He had long since accumulated his power to the maximum amount, and a single arrow could deal over -100 damage to the Shadow Leopard King's shoe. The arrow whistled through the air, flying towards the Shadow Leopard King's weak point. At this moment, Sure Foam suddenly appeared, without a sound, behind the Shadow Leopard King. He sent a chop slashing down on the monster, causing -332 damage, killing the Shadow Leopard King. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation's arrow merely shot the Shadow Leopard King's corpse in God's domain. If players of a different party or team dealt with the same monster, the player who delivered the final strike would obtain 60% of the monster's EXP due to the Shadow Leopard King being a level 8 chieftain. The EXP it gave was extremely bountiful. Within an instant, Shurfeng's experience bar greatly rose. Meanwhile, the dozen or so players only shared the remaining 40% EXP amongst themselves. Immediately after the Shadow Leopard King died, it dropped a large pile of items. There were over 10 items, and it was one of the rarely seen mammoth drops. Get rid of him. Unstable Devastation bellowed, his eyes bulging immediately. More than a dozen players surrounded Sure Foam, giving him no chances to escape. Each and every one of them used their restricting skills on Sure Foam. Sure Foam paid no attention to them as he activated Defensive Blade. He then frantically picked up the drop streaks of magic struck Shurfeng's body, one after another, but they were all blocked by Defensive Blade in the blink of an eye. Sure Foam had picked up 9 pieces of the loot. Among them was even an item that gave off a dazzling black glow. A single look, and one could immediately tell that the item was nothing ordinary. It was definitely priceless. Seeing that the charges of the Defensive Blade were about to run out completely, he immediately swapped places with his doppelganger located deep within the forest. He instantly escaped from Martial Union's encirclement, while his doppelganger received attacks from all directions. Until the moment the doppelganger died, it managed to kill another 5 members of Martial Union, including a level 9 Elementalist branch leader. When Unstable Devastation discovered that the Sure Foam they killed was only a doppelganger, he truly exploded. Yi Foam, just you wait. Unstable Devastation's bellow resounded throughout the forest. He had spent so much effort and had lost so much. Yet, in the end, all he did was pave the way for Sure Foam. Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to calm down, he could not. He swore that he would definitely kill Sure Foam back to level 0. Meanwhile, in a tree a short distance away, both Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had witnessed the entire scene from start to end. After they witnessed a team, composed of 50 elite players, fall into such a state, they were both utterly dumbfounded. Only now did Fire Dance and Water Buffalo know that there was actually such a battle style in God's domain. Chapter 143, Shadow's Blessing. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both inwardly shocked, a deep voice came from behind them. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" The voice startled them both. They hurriedly jumped, spinning around to dodge. While unsheathing their weapons, they stared at the figure that had appeared behind them. Big Brother Yi Foam. Fire Dance let out a sigh of relief after identifying the newcomer. She pulled back her dagger and returned it to its sheath at her waist. The men from Martial Union were all over Gale Valley. If a battle were to occur, they would immediately call to their companions, and there would be no end to the enemies that Fire Dance needed to kill. We came to help. Martial Union has killed so many of our companions. We must take revenge. Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she spoke about Martial Union. I wish to form a large team to enter large-scale dungeons in the future. I wonder if you all would be interested in joining? Sherfone felt that Fire Dance had great talent. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. If he could rope them in and form his own team, it would be a great benefit to his Zero-Wing workshop. This Fire Dance was slightly hesitant after hearing Sherfeng's proposal. Water Buffalo also turned taciturn. Do you guys already have your own large team? Sherfeng inwardly lamented after entering White River City. There would be many large-scale dungeons. They were the main source of equipment, materials, and many other resources. If an independent player wished to obtain good equipment, they needed to raid these large-scale dungeons. Moreover, if a guild wished to level up, conquering large-scale dungeons was a must. Hence, if one wanted to develop at all in God's domain, conquering large-scale dungeons was one of the necessary conditions. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to form a large team capable of raiding a large-scale dungeon. The most common large-scale dungeons were all 50-man dungeons, while there were even some 100-man dungeons available. Gathering so many players was a near impossible task. Not to mention whether the entire team possessed sufficient strength, just the degree of trust and the distribution of equipment would be a huge hurdle. In this, however, the elite teams of guilds and large-scale workshops had it much easier. No, we don't have our own large team. Our team currently only consists of players who prioritizes amusement and don't really care much about other matters. Could you give me some time? Fire Dance explained. In reality, she, too, wished to develop in God's domain properly. In spite of that, the majority of the players in her current team were not too keen on raiding dungeons. They only wished to play casually. If they joined a large team, they would definitely experience certain constraints and would not be willing to join. Alright. In any case, there is still time. Let's add each other as friends then. When you've made your decision, you can contact me at any time. Sherfeng knew that such matters could not be decided upon immediately. If one wished to obtain something, they would have to lose something in return. Sherfeng did not wish for just any random person to join him. That's good. I'll contact you after discussing it with them. Fire Dance nodded. She also felt that it was about time to make a decision. Soon after Sherfeng added Fire Dance as his friend, he ran towards the deeper regions of the Gale Valley in search of Blackie and Lonely Snow. On his way there, in order to avoid Martial Union's patrols, Sherfeng hid in the treetops and waited for the players of Martial Union to move past. Since he had nothing better to do, Sherfeng took out the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. He wanted to see just what valuables the monster dropped. I sent my luck just too good? The profits from a chieftain monster are impressive. Sherfeng was slightly shocked after looking at the drops. Among the 9 items, there were 2 secret silver weapons, 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, 2 rare materials needed to make secret silver equipment, 1 bronze-ranked cooking knife, and 1 secret silver accessory. The 2 secret silver weapons were a level 8 staff and a level 8 two-handed axe. The mysterious iron equipment was also level 8. Moreover, the usefulness of the bronze-ranked cooking knife was also not small. It could increase the speed and success rate of one's cooking. However, the most valuable item among all these items was the secret silver accessory, the Shadow's Blessing. It was one of the most precious items that the Shadow Leopard King could drop. Shadow's Blessing, secret silver rank, necklace. Level 8. All attributes +5. Luck +3. In God's domain, accessories were extremely rare. Even when players reach level 20 or above, they would, at most, possess 1 or 2 bronze accessories. Moreover, these accessories would all be below level 10. Meanwhile, the accessory in Sherfeng's hands was secret silver rank, and it was much more precious than a fine gold weapon of the same level. The luck attribute was extremely rare in God's domain, and it was capable of increasing the drop rate of items when killing monsters. There was once a player who calculated that, with 1 point in luck, the drop rate would nearly double. However, the higher a person's luck was, the less effective every additional point would be. At 3 points in luck, a player's drop rate would only triple. Besides that, the luck attribute also held a great effect for lifestyle classes, so its value would never depreciate. If Shifeng estimated correctly, the Shadow's Blessing would only be worth 2 to 3 gold coins to the average player. However, to Shifeng, this item's value was around 10 gold coins immediately. Shifeng equipped the Shadow's Blessing. That way, when he killed high-level monsters in the future, the amount and quality of the equipment he would obtain would increase. After some time, the team from Martial Union finally left. Shifeng then continued his journey into the depths of the Gale Valley. Blackie, where are you guys right now? Shifeng sent a voice call, asking. We seem to be beside a swamp. I don't know where this place is, but the monsters here have very high levels. I'll send you the coordinates. Blackie sighed in relief after learning that nothing had happened to Shifeng. He then sent his coordinates. Don't go any deeper, and stay where you are. I'll be there soon. Shifeng immediately knew Blackie's whereabouts after glancing at the coordinates. He truly did not think that Blackie could actually survive in the Silent Swamp. There were 2 entrances to the Gale Valley. One was where Shifeng entered, and the other was at the Silent Swamp, which led to the high-level monster areas. The Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area. To the players at the current stage of the game, it was a forbidden area. Half an hour later, Shifeng managed to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. The 2 of them sat beneath a tree, silently observing their surroundings. They had previously met a level 15 swamp crocodile, frightening them into a run. The swamp crocodile had nearly turned them into its chow, but fortunately, they had speed scrolls and isolation scrolls, allowing them to escape. After this meeting, they no longer dared roam as expected of Brother Feng. You avoided Martial Union search and arrived here safely. Blackie immediately felt that there was hope for them when he saw Shifeng walking over. Let's leave this place immediately. This place is simply too dangerous. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement. They were only level 8, and the gap between them and the level 15 swamp crocodiles was just too massive. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay here. No. Let's stay here to level up. Shifeng shook his head, saying, I've previously killed quite a lot of Martial Union's members, so they should be frantically looking for me right about now. It would be too difficult to get you guys out of here without discovery. Hearing Shifeng, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally discovered the bright red marker displayed above Shifeng's head. This mark was deeply crimson, and it was a wonder just how many players Shifeng had killed in order to turn it into such a state. However, it was only right when one thought about it. Martial Union's men currently filled the Gale Valley, and it would be impossible for Shifeng to arrive without being seen. Shifeng would have encountered some players from Martial Union on his way. With Brother Feng's skills, he would have no problems facing 3 to 4 players at a time. He has definitely killed a lot of players on his way here. Thinking up to this point, Blackie and Lonely Snow were extremely moved. Although Shifeng spoke in a casual manner, they knew that his journey must have been filled with extreme dangers. Alright, I'll party you 2 up. You guys should change into this equipment first. Saying so, Shifeng passed the staff and 2-handed axe, dropped by the Shadow Leopard King, over to Blackie and Lonely Snow. When the 2 of them received the weapons, they were shocked. Level 8 secret silver weapons were the most top-tier weapons currently available. Though they did not understand just how Shifeng managed to obtain them, they did not attempt to look into it too deeply. They knew that some questions were not meant to be asked, and such a situation would be beneficial to both parties. After partying up, Blackie was immediately startled when he looked at Shifeng's level. He asked, voice trembling, Brother Feng, you're level 10 already? They reached level 8 after continuously grinding monsters and leveling up in Gale Valley. Even if their levels were not the highest amongst all the players throughout God's domain, they were still considered close to the top. However, after not meeting for only a few days, Shifeng had left them behind by 2 levels. Such a leveling speed was simply frightening. Chapter 144, Forming a Party. In regards to Blackie's and Lonely Snow shock, Shifeng merely nodded in reply. Brother Feng, your leveling speed is just too fast. The highest leveled player I've previously met was only level 9. Right now, there might not be another who has reached level 10 in the entire White River City. Moreover, since there has not been any information on the official website stating that a player has reached level 10 and entered a city, this means that there are no players who have reached level 10 at all. Brother Phone, now that you've level 10, you are definitely the top player in all of Star Moon Kingdom. Blackie was incomparably excited. Only high-level players would know how hard it was to go from level 8 to level 9, not to mention rising from level 9 to level 10. The difference in EXP required was at least several times higher. Right now, Sherfone was far ahead of everyone else. If the players from Martial Union found out about this, their intestines would turn green with regret. Every gamer knew that once you got ahead, you stayed ahead. The small gap during the initial period of the game would only grow wider later on. As long as Sherfone slowly expanded his advantages, little by little, he would sooner or later cause the players from Martial Union to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood by his side, was dumbstruck, not knowing what he should say. Previously, he had been worried that it would not bode well for them to continue entangling themselves with Martial Union. However, after he saw that Sherfone had already reached level 10 and possessed a pile of secret silver equipment, confidence filled his heart. If this continued, he could, sooner or later, step on Martial Union, becoming a future tyrant of White River City. Alright, quickly swap out your equipment. We'll look for a place to level up. Sherfone looked at the excited expressions on Blackie and Lonely Snow and smiled helplessly. Due to constant tasks earlier, he was never able to lead his own party personally. Now, he still had quite some time before he had to go to Blackwing City to conduct the trade with Aqua Rose, and in the meantime, he could carry Blackie and the others in the future. He would have to form a guild. However, a framework was required to establish a guild. Otherwise, the guild would simply fall apart. The members of his current party would become the framework of his future guild. So, Sherfone decided to upgrade the overall strength of his party from now on. If the members of his party could reach level 10 a step earlier and enter White River City, it would be a tremendous help to him in the future. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at each other, smiles on their faces, as they changed into their new equipment. Previously, the two of them wore level 5 to level 6 bronze equipment, mixed in with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, the majority of their equipment consisted of level 8 mysterious iron equipment, matched with a few pieces of level 8 secret silver equipment. Their strengths greatly increased with this. If they met Martial Union now, they would not end up in such a sorry state. Brother Phone, if we are going to level up here, what will happen to Cola and the others? They say that they're under constant surveillance, and going out into the fields to level up is extremely dangerous. Blackie worriedly asked. Relax. I've already told them to do something more meaningful in town. We'll call them over after Martial Union leaves the Gale Valley. At that time, you two might even have a fright when you meet them, Sherfone said with a smile. Seeing Sherfeng's mysterious smile, curiosity swarmed both Blackie and Lonely Snow about the task Sherfone had given Cola and the others. Just what sort of quest could it be to shock them? Alright, let's level up then. Sherfone wordlessly smiled at the two's puzzled expressions. In actuality, having Martial Union focus on Cola and the others was not a bad thing at all. Before, while they had been busy leveling up, Sherfone stopped them from completing the quest. Now that they couldn't out and level up, they could give the quest a try. If Cola and the others could truly complete it, he would be able to carry out his plan with much less effort and more confidence. Although the Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area, the outer edge of the swamp was only a level 15 monster area, while the inner regions were level 16 to level 18 monster areas. Level 20 monsters would only appear in the core region of the swamp. With the Abyssal Blade, Sherfone could reduce the level suppression by 5 levels, making the outer region a perfect fit. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the system's map, Sherfone pointed to the bubbling black pool of water in the distance. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow did not voice out about it, they were overcome with worry. After all, level 15 monsters owned this place. Even if they received an upgrade to their equipment and could challenge level 10 common monsters without much of a problem, level 15 monsters would still annihilate them. Just as Sherfone and the others set foot beside the black-colored pool, a mass of bubbles broke out across the surface. A pair of black, Shiny eyes surfaced from the pool, staring at Shifeng's party from a distance. Brother Foam, I don't think this place is safe. Look, a large pair of eyes are watching us from over there. Blackie looked at the fist-sized eyeballs, anxiety gripping his heart. He definitely did not think that the monster hidden in the water was common. While Blackie spoke, the monster in the pool surfaced, its gigantic figure slowly revealing itself to the party. Steel-skinned hippo, elite rank. Level 15. HP 6000/6000. Brother Phone, let's leave. That's a level 15 elite. If it chases us, we'll suffer the consequences. Blackie panicked as he watched the steel-skinned hippo closing in on them naturally. Shifeng knew that Blackie and Lonely Snow could not contend with a level 15 monster, not to mention an elite. However, Shifeng had his own strategies for dealing with monsters with special weaknesses, and the steel-skinned hippo belonged to this category. After the evolution of God's domain, everything in the game became more realistic. The weaknesses of these hippo-type monsters also increased as a result. As long as players could find a way to deal with said weaknesses, these monsters would be very easy to deal with. Shortly after the steel-skinned hippo revealed itself, another group of swamp hippos surfaced in the black-colored pool. There were over 20 of these swamp hippo, common rank. Level 15. HP 2000/2000. Watching these hippos leave the pool so overbearingly, rushing towards them, Shifeng took out an isolation scroll from his bag. He then softly said, "You guys use an isolation scroll as well." Hearing Shifeng's order, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately took out their own isolation scrolls. The isolation scroll was only effective against monsters up to level 15. When used, the scroll greatly reduced the user's presence, turning them half-transparent for half an hour. After the two of them used the isolation scrolls, they discovered that the hippos had suddenly stopped their movements, looking around in confusion. It was as if they had become invisible to these hippos. Hippos have very bad vision, and they cannot see clearly beyond a certain distance. After using the isolation scrolls, our bodies are close to transparent, so they cannot see us, Shifeng explained. Blackie, use your dark arrows to attack the steel-skinned hippo, but pay attention to maintain a distance of at least 25 yards.
It won't see you that way.
Blackie came to a realization after listening to Shifeng's explanation. He immediately tried Shifeng's instructions. A dark arrow flew from Blackie, striking the steel-skinned hippo that was dozing off. Damage of -24 points appeared above the elite hippo. Although the damage was minuscule, it was enough to send the steel-skinned hippo into a flying rage. The elite immediately spun towards the source of the dark arrow. However, it failed to discover even a single person in that direction. It took several steps forward, but still failed to discover anybody. Just when it was about to return to the pool of water, another dark arrow struck its body. The steel-skinned hippo was truly enraged now. Letting out an intense snort, it abruptly charged towards the direction the dark arrow originated from. However, after rushing forward over 10 yards, it still could not find the enemy who attacked it. The steel-skinned hippo started to turn in circles in confusion. Blackie watched the stupid-looking steel-skinned hippo in the distance, inwardly laughing at it. He continuously sent dark arrows at his target, and with each consecutive arrow, he slowly lured it away from the group of swamp hippos. At this moment, only level 15 swamp hippos occupied the pool. Shifeng silently closed in on them. After closing a distance of 20 yards, the swamp hippos finally discovered Shifeng. Immediately, they all parted from the pool. More than 20 swamp hippos thundered after Shifeng in a grandiose manner. Such a group could easily flatten a level 15 party. Chapter 145, Might of the Devil Flame 1. The swamp hippos were each the size of a small car. When over 20 of them charged forward, it was like being run over by 20 cars going full speed. The earth trembled under the combined weight of the swamp hippos. Their imposing aura surged forth, instilling shock and awe into all observers in the distance. Lonely Snow, who observed this scene, wore a nervous expression. He tightly gripped the secret silver-ranked great axe in his hands. He wondered just what their party leader, Shifeng, intended to do this was a group of over 20 level 15 swamp hippos. Not only did these monsters possess thick hides and sturdy muscles, but they also possessed 2,000 HP each. Just judging by how the earth trembled with each step, one could easily tell just how powerful these swamp hippos were. If that kind of body plowed into Sherfong, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Sherfong remained extraordinarily calm as he silently awaited the arrival of the swamp hippos. 15 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards. Just as the swamp hippos were right before him, Sherfong finally took action. As Sherfong raised the pitch-black abyssal blade, it released a chilling glow. Green arcs of electricity abruptly appeared on the blade, producing crackling sounds. Sherfong then slashed down, the abyssal blade pointing at the incoming swamp hippo's thundering flash. 3 electric arcs chained towards the swamp hippos, one after another. When the swamp hippos leading the charge noticed these arcs of electricity moving towards them, their bodies instinctively trembled. Though they tried to halt their feet to dodge these electric arcs, the swamp hippos at the back crashed into them. As a result, none of them managed to dodge the incoming attack in the end. They received all 3 hits after the electric arcs flashed by. The squealing of pigs at slaughter filled the surrounding space. The smell of something burning also filled the air. A series of damages appeared above the 20-plus swamp hippos, creating a dazzling sight. Every swamp hippo received frightening damages of -356, -481, and -648. Some even received critical hits, suffering damages of over -1,000 points, their HPs immediately falling to 0. The remaining dozen, or so swamp hippos, were burnt black. Their HP bars also dropped to dangerous levels, turning a bloody red color. Moreover, a debuff icon appeared beside their HP bars, damage amplification. All damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds immediately. Fear surfaced on the faces of all the surviving swamp hippos. They all wished to scatter and escape. Sherfong gave them no chance whatsoever. With a sudden leap, Sherfong jumped into the airspace above these swamp hippos. He raised the silver lake, the sword giving off a faint blue glow as it carried with it the power of thunder and fire. Sherfong loosed a thunder flame explosion in the midst of the swamp hippos, thunder and fire exploding outwards, devouring every single swamp hippo with the damage amplification effect. This attack of Sherfang's caused over -900 damage on the swamp hippo, instantly killing every single one of them. The gigantic figures of the 20-plus swamp hippos fell to the ground with a loud boom, shaking and trembling the earth. The scene was similar. Over 20 small cars descending from the air, heavily smashing into the ground. When the bodies of the swamp hippos collided with the ground, the resulting impact generated gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings, causing the leaves and branches of the nearby trees to snap and float in midair. Lonely Snow, watching this scene from a distance, was completely dumbfounded, be it the visual or physical sensation. Both impacted him greatly. Sherfong caused over -1,000 damage to the level 15 swamp hippos, ending their lives in just 2 moves. Just how high of an attack power was required to achieve such a feat? If Sherfong fought against average players, wouldn't he kill one with every strike? Lonely Snow even started to suspect that he and Sherfong were not playing the same god's domain. The difference in strength between them was no longer just several stages. It was practically the difference between the sky and the earth. Lonely, you pick up the loot. I'll go help Blackie, Sherfin instructed before turning to chase after the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow nodded in reply, though an absent-minded expression remained on his face. He thought that he had hallucinated before, but after giving his eyes a rub, the pile of swamp hippo corpses still remained. Plenty of items and coins blanketed the ground surrounding them. He now knew that this was not a dream, but reality. When Lonely Snow looked at the system notifications and his experience bar, he was once more given a shock system. Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1,650 EXP system. Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP system. Level 15 Swamp Hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP. After a series of notifications displayed, Lonely Snow's experience bar greatly increased, reaching 69% of level 8. The amount of EXP he obtained was truly frightening previously. Even when faced with level 8 monsters, they needed to kill each one while being extremely cautious and prudent. Moreover, every kill only yielded each member of the party several tens of EXP. After spending over an hour repeating the same process, they would see their experience bars increase by a sizable portion. On the other hand, Sherfoam casually killed off a large group of level 15 swamp hippos with only a few moves. Even after splitting the EXP obtained amongst the three of them, Lonely Snow's experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk only. Now did Lonely Snow understand how Sherfoam managed to level up so quickly in this regard. Lonely Snow became even more respectful toward Sherfoam. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If he followed someone as strong as Sherfoam, his future would be limitless. Even if he could not become Sherfang's equal, as long as he continued struggling forward, he could still become a true expert one day. On the other side, Blackie was still toying around with a steel-skinned hippo, continuously decreasing the elite hippo's HP. However, not only did the steel-skinned hippo had a very high recovery rate, but its HP was also very high. It would recover a lot of HP every 5 seconds. Moreover, Blackie's attacks could only inflict a tiny amount of damage. If he wanted to grind away the steel-skinned hippo's life completely, he would need at least 20 minutes, and yet, instead of tiring, Blackie grew even more excited. Dark arrows flew from his hand, one after another, each arrow bringing Blackie even more joy. The reason Blackie reacted this way was that challenging monsters of a higher level in God's domain was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, he was currently bypassing 7 levels to challenge a level 15 elite monster. If he spoke of this feat in the future, he would enjoy supreme glory. It was this sense of achievement that became the largest motivation for Blackie. Blackie, use Evil Whip, Sherfoam said in the party chat after hurrying over. Okay, seeing Sherfoam arrive, Blackie knew that it was time to deal with the steel-skinned hippo. As Blackie's chanting came to an end, 9 black barbed vines sprung up and bound the steel-skinned hippo's forelimbs, restricting its speed. However, the steel-skinned hippo's strength was just too high. In the blink of an eye, one of the vines snapped, while the remaining 8 were only a small matter at this moment. Sherfoam used Wind Blade, rapidly arriving behind the steel-skinned hippo. Instantly, 3 sword strikes landed on the steel-skinned hippo's body, the collision producing glittering sparks. Seeing that the attacks from his swords had only dealt -22 damage each to the steel-skinned hippo, Sherfoam was slightly speechless. It was as expected of the steel-skinned hippo. Its physical defense was truly frightening. It also possessed its innate steel skin, reducing all physical damage it received by 70%. If even Sherfoam could only cause slightly over 20 damage to the steel-skinned hippo, a normal physical damage dealer would most likely cause 2 or 3 damage. This rate of damage certainly could not contend with the steel-skinned hippo's regeneration speed. Sherfang's attacks had yet to end. He immediately followed up with a thundering flash, the 3 electric arcs causing -125, -160, and -211 damage. The steel-skinned hippo was instantly enraged. It spun around, charging at Sherfoam. However, with the thorny vines restricting it, the steel-skinned hippo's turning speed was slowed. This situation gave Sherfoam the chance to evade its charge easily. Sherfoam continued with a series of attacks on the steel-skinned hippo, using one skill after another. However, the damages his attacks managed to cause were generally very low. AO. Enraged, the steel-skinned hippo abruptly jumped. It intended to use War Stomp. War Stomp was Hippo's killing move. When used, the skill would cause all enemies within a 15-yard radius to enter a fainted state for 5 seconds. Reacting quickly, Sherfoam immediately cast Abyssal Bind on the steel-skinned hippo. The hippo's movements immediately halted, and its War Stomp cancelled. Originally, Shifeng did not think that there would be any issues. However, a chilling sensation pervaded his entire body, preventing him from moving a muscle. All of his skills were unusable. This is the Tier 1 magic, Death's Lock. Shifeng was astonished. With his many years of experience, he immediately knew what sort of attack struck him. This was definitely not a move of the steel-skinned hippo. Not bad. This is something that I specifically prepared just for you. You can be at ease and be on your way. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. This figure was precisely the Absolute Heaven, the expert assassin Shifeng had met before. In the same moment Absolute Heaven revealed himself. The silver dagger in his hand sunk into Shifeng's back. Absolute Heaven's ambush instantly caused -357 damage. Chapter 146, Might of the Devil Flame, 2. A single ambush instantly devoured 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Blackie, who stood at a distance, was dumbfounded by this scene. He did not understand why an assassin suddenly appeared here and attacked Shifeng. Although he wished to help Shifeng, time was needed to cast his spells. Moreover, all his restricting skills were already in use on the steel-skinned hippo. He could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded. The only thing Blackie could do now was to chant and attack with his dark arrows such high damage. Watching his HP abruptly decrease by a large portion, Shifeng was inwardly shocked. Previously, when Shifeng faced the level 9 berserker, 5 rats, the maximum damage Shifeng received was only slightly over -100 damage. Yet, one of Absolute Heaven's ambushes caused over -300 damage. Compared to 5 rats, Absolute Heaven's attack power was much stronger. Assassins had very fast attack speeds, so generally, their attack damage could not compete with that of a berserker's. However, they could complement their low attack damage with the number of attacks they could dish out. To say nothing of Absolute Heaven's attack damage, which far exceeded that of the berserker 5 rats. If an assassin could deal the same amount of damage as a berserker with each attack, their total output would be at least double or triple that of a berserker's. In the case of Absolute Heaven, his total output would be 3 to 4 times that of 5 rats. Although Shifeng was shocked, Absolute Heaven was similarly shocked when he had used his ambush on an MT who possessed a complete bronze set equipment and was the same level. The attack stole at least 2/3 of the MT's HP. Now, however, he only managed to remove 1/4 of Shifeng's HP compared to those well-equipped MTs. Shifeng's defense and HP far exceeded them. Absolute Heaven's hands twisted, a streak of silver swiping across Shifeng's neck. Simultaneously, his other dagger stabbed into Shifeng's back once more. Garrote. Backstab. Although Absolute Heaven was shocked, an assassin's explosive power did not lie in just the first strike, but a burst of continuous skills from the moment Shifeng appeared in the Gale Valley to the moment Shifeng began kill-stealing the Shadow Leopard King. He had constantly trailed after Shifeng. He had silently waited for the best moment to attack Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng was extremely powerful, so he needed to wait for the moment when Shifeng was the most vulnerable. Only when Shifeng did not possess any skills would he have a chance at getting rid of him. However, he never found the perfect time to strike. However, his patience had finally paid off. While battling the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng finally revealed a weak point. However, in order to guard against the unexpected, he unhesitatingly decided to use the Death's Lock scroll he had bought at an extremely high price. He bought this scroll precisely for this sort of situation. Death's Lock disables all skills of the target, temporarily preventing the target from using any skills. Target's movement will also be disabled. Duration of 6 seconds. Although Shifeng had high defense and HP, a 6-second burst was enough to kill Shifeng in such close quarters. Shifeng could clearly feel the 2 incoming daggers. If he received the burst of Absolute Heaven's attacks, he would definitely die at the moment of life and death. Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, immediately swapping positions with his doppelganger. The Death's Lock could only seal the skills a player had learned. However, it would not affect the skills attached to equipment. Just after swapping positions, Absolute Heaven's 2 daggers immediately sliced into the doppelganger's body. bleeding damage of minus 212 points, and a skill damage of minus 257 points appeared above the doppelganger's head. Absolute Heaven continued, with a flurry of attacks. The 2 daggers in his hands assaulted the doppelganger, and 10 streaks of silver light stabbed the doppelganger's vital points. The series of normal attacks coupled with an assassinate and the poison damage on his daggers instantly decimated the doppelganger's HP. A doppelganger? Originally, Absolute Heaven drowned in ecstasy at the thought of having killed Sherfong. However, he did not expect that, after all of his effort, what he had killed was only a doppelganger. Absolute Heaven's expression turned grim. He squinted his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Very quickly, he discovered Sherfong a distance away, behind him. He immediately spun, charging towards Sherfong. The Death's Lock had a duration of 6 seconds. Right now, there were 4 seconds remaining, so how could he so easily allow Sherfong to break free from the Death's Lock that he had spent a fortune on? Just as Absolute Heaven arrived before Sherfong, a dark arrow came flying at him. Garbage. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Absolute Heaven ignored Blackie's dark arrow, his dagger aimed straight for Sherfong. Regarding Sherfang's teammates, Absolute Heaven did not place any importance on them at all. As long as he dealt with Sherfong, killing Blackie would be a simple task. Boom. The dark arrow exploded on Absolute Heaven's body. Damage of minus 221 points appeared above Absolute Heaven's head, removing 1/4 of his HP. Why is this garbage's damage so high? Absolute Heaven's brows slightly wrinkled. Inwardly shocked, Absolute Heaven had not the slightest knowledge that the staff in Blackie's hands was actually a level 8 secret silver rank staff. Moreover, Blackie wore a few pieces of level 7 and level 8 mysterious iron equipment. He also used the mysterious iron accessory, the Interpreter's Pendant, that Sherfong had given him. Blackie's magical damage had long since reached the apex. If it were not for Absolute Heaven's equipment being of excellent quality, he might have lost more than half of his HP from just one of Blackie's dark arrows. However, Blackie's high magical damage could not stop Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven still accurately slid his daggers into Sherfang's vital points. The moment Absolute Heaven's dagger was about to stab Sherfong, Sherfong used silent steps, instantly appearing behind Blackie. Crap. Seeing Sherfong vanish before him, rage and dismay filled the assassin. Sherfong was clearly unable to use any of his learned skills, yet he still possessed so many skills to avoid the ambush. There were over 25 yards between Absolute Heaven and Blackie. If Absolute Heaven ran towards Blackie, he would waste a lot of time. The seal on Sherfong would definitely dissipate, and it would become incomparably harder for him to kill Sherfong. Brother Fong, you're too awesome. You still managed to escape under such conditions. Blackie said with a smile. Watching the previous exchange, shock overwhelmed Blackie. The assassin's speed was impressive. If Sherfong had reacted a bit slower, he would definitely have lost his life. Blackie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he had watched the scene unfold. However, now that the distance between them was sizable, that assassin would be at his wits' end. Stop fooling around and be more careful. That assassin is not someone simple, Sherfong warned as Blackie still seemed to be in a joking mood. Got it. Leave it to me. The cooldown on my skills have already finished, Blackie confidently said. However, just as Blackie turned to look at Absolute Heaven, he discovered that Absolute Heaven was missing. He could only see an enraged steel-skinned hippo, bellowing as it searched for its enemy. Brother Fong, that person's gone missing. Did he just choose to run away since he failed his ambush? Blackie said with a laugh. Just as Blackie turned to look at Sherfong, his expression immediately turned grim. The assassin from before stood right behind Sherfong, causing me so much trouble. You guys should be proud of yourselves, Absolute Heaven sneered, his hand holding some flash powder. He tossed the powder at Blackie. Blackie instantly shrieked as both his eyes lost their vision, causing Blackie to lose his battle prowess after restricting Blackie. Absolute Heaven's dagger immediately stabbed Sherfong. Sherfong did not think that Absolute Heaven could actually learn a high-tier skill like Shadow Steps. Assassin's Shadow Steps allowed them to instantly appear behind an enemy and increase the damage of their next attack by 15%. However, Sherfong still could not move. Moreover, He did not have any skills left to avoid Absolute Heaven's attack. He could only grit his teeth as he activated the Silver Moon set equipment's second set effect, the Tier 2 Life Shield. The Tier 2 Life Shield would absorb 60% of the damage Sherfeng received, up to a maximum of -500 points. It could delay Absolute Heaven for some time. When Absolute Heaven saw the Life Shield appear on Sherfeng, he was momentarily speechless. He did not understand just how Sherfeng came to possess so many life-saving skills, using them one after another. However, a single life shield was still not enough to extinguish his determination to kill Sherfeng. Immediately, Absolute Heaven brandished his daggers, sending a flurry of attacks at Sherfeng like a fierce gale. He used normal attacks coupled with Assassinate, Backstab, and many other damaging skills. Sherfeng's life shield quickly shattered and disappeared. Sherfeng had less than 500 HP remaining. Die. Absolute Heaven excitedly shouted. Immediately, he placed all 5 skill points that he had held on to into his finishing skill, Eviscerate. With all his might, he prepared to use his most powerful damaging skill. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dagger swiveled, accurately sailing towards Sherfeng's back finishing skill, Eviscerate. A plume of blue flame suddenly appeared above Sherfeng's palm. Chapter 147. Might of the Devil Flame 3. Absolute Heaven suddenly convulsed in shock when he saw the clear blue flame floating above Sherfeng's palm. Although this flame looked minuscule, the heat it gave off was extraordinarily hot. Within an instant, he could already feel his mouth drying up. However, since the arrow was knocked, he had no choice but to let it loose. Within an instant, the ice-blue devil flame covered Sherfeng's entire body, turning him into a man on fire. The ice-cold dagger suddenly stabbed into Sherfeng's back. You can move already? Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. To a top-tier expert like himself, he had a very precise grasp on time. At worst, there was only an error of 0.1 seconds. Absolute Heaven clearly felt that the 6-second duration for the Death's Lock had yet to pass. Yet, Sherfeng was still able to use Defensive Blade to block his finishing move. Eviscerate. Didn't you have a fun time beating me up just now? Sherfeng revealed a faint smile, coldly saying, "It's my turn now." Wielding the Abyssal Blade, which was covered by a layer of clear blue flames, Sherfeng used Chop, and the Abyssal Blade transformed into a blazing streak of light as it struck towards Absolute Heaven. You have less than 500 HP remaining right now. Do you think you can defeat me? Absolute Heaven sneered, retaliating the instant the two weapons collided. A trace of shock immediately appeared on Absolute Heaven's frosty expression. It was as if the opponent he was facing against right now was not Sherfeng, but a humongous bear. Sherfeng's strength had thoroughly numbed his arm, and he was forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing his body. How can he have such great strength? When Absolute Heaven had exchanged moves with Sherfeng the previous time, Sherfeng's strength was not yet quite so terrifying. However, now that he had changed and upgraded most of his equipment, increasing his attributes by a large leap, he not only surpassed Sherfeng, but the gap between them had somehow grown even wider. Now that he had failed at ambushing Sherfeng, it was already impossible for him to kill Sherfeng in a direct confrontation. He could only patiently wait for his next chance. After forcing Absolute Heaven into a retreat, Sherfeng quickly took out a basic regeneration potion and drank it. Very quickly, Sherfeng's HP recovered more than 700 points. Absolute Heaven, it seems you only amount to this much. You've failed to kill me in both of your ambushes, so now it's my turn to get revenge. Don't even think of getting away from me today. Sherfeng revealed a calm smile as he looked at Absolute Heaven, who was currently filled with killing intent. He could not help but admire and admit that Absolute Heaven's assassination abilities were very powerful. Not only did Absolute Heaven manage to persevere and track Sherfeng to this place, he had even managed to set up an ambush the instant Sherfeng relaxed his guard during his battle against the steel-skinned hippo. As a result, Absolute Heaven nearly managed to kill him. Unfortunately, Absolute Heaven did not know that the ice-blue devil flame had strengthened Sherfeng's body, slightly reducing the duration of the Death's Lock on him. Otherwise, he would truly be finished now that he was back to normal. He used the ice blue devil flame to aid him. A 20% increase in damage was no laughing matter. What a joke. You've only managed to live this time due to luck. I will definitely kill you the next time we meet. As for you wanting to keep me here, you couldn't do it the last time, and you similarly won't be able to do it this time. Absolute Heaven felt that Shifeng was simply too conceited, daring to declare that he could kill him. The rage in his heart burned from Shifeng's words. He inwardly vowed to form a more thorough plan to utterly vanquish Shifeng the next time. Brother Foam, I'll help. At that moment, Blackie's vision was finally restored. He angrily glared at Absolute Heaven, prepared to use his evil whip. Shifeng waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "No need. Against him, I alone am enough." Brother Foam, he is an assassin. He definitely has a lot of life-saving skills. His speed is also very fast. If he manages to escape, what should we do if he comes back to ambush us again? Blackie had seen before an assassin's myriad of escaping skills. If not properly countered, one would be completely helpless against an assassin. Relax. He can't get away. All right then. Since Shifeng insisted, Blackie could only resolve himself to watch. The reason why Shifeng voiced out those words was to agitate and provoke Absolute Heaven. When dealing with experts like Absolute Heaven, it was not easy to kill them. Dealing with such experts, one first needed to attack them emotionally, provoking them and sending their state of mind into a mess, before looking for a chink or weak point. Brat, you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how you intend to block my path, Absolute Heaven said with a sneer, rage clouding over his expression. We'll know once we try. Shifeng revealed a calm smile. He activated Wind Blade, his body piercing towards Absolute Heaven. Originally, Shifeng's speed was already very fast. Now, with Wind Blade activated, Shifeng's speed was on a whole nother level. He arrived in front of Absolute Heaven within an instant, 6 sword images immediately stabbing towards Absolute Heaven's vital points so fast. Absolute Heaven was awe-shocked, hurriedly using his daggers to block the attacks. Pung.
Pung. Pung.
With the added power from the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's attacks were not something that Absolute Heaven could easily block. Immediately, Absolute Heaven was in a disadvantageous position. He desperately blocked and dodged Shifeng's attacks, and he was forced into a retreat with every consecutive attack. After exchanging several moves without using any skills, Absolute Heaven was struck once by Shifeng. As a result, Absolute Heaven lost over 300 HP within an instant. Damn. Originally, Absolute Heaven only intended to exchange a few moves with Shifeng, grinding away Shifeng's arrogance. Never would he have imagined that he would instead be forced into a constant retreat. Yet, his pride as an expert was unwilling to admit that he had actually lost against Shifeng in a normal exchange. Seeing as the flaming sword was about to hit him, Absolute Heaven gritted his teeth, using the skill block to defend against this attack. If he was to receive another attack from that flaming sword, then he would very well lose his life. Not good. Time to leave. The gap between our attributes and attack power is just too wide. After coming to grips with Shifeng, he clearly understood the gap between the two of them. It was especially true for that clear blue flame. Every time his equipment came into contact with it, their durability would continuously fall. Though his secret silver-ranked dagger was better off, only losing a little durability with each clash, the armor he obtained with much difficulty was only of mysterious iron rank. Just a single stab from Shifeng's sword had reduced over a quarter of the armor's total durability. If this situation were to continue, then his equipment would all soon turn to waste. Without the attributes provided by his equipment, he would definitely die under Shifeng's swords. Hence, he immediately turned and ran. You can't escape. Shifeng gave Absolute Heaven no chances at all, activating Windwalk immediately. As fast as a ghost, Shifeng caught up with Absolute Heaven in the blink of an eye. He then let loose his most powerful strength, creating 16 sword images in the blink of an eye. The sword images fully surrounded Absolute Heaven, the flames released by them looking as if they intended to devour Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. There was no way at all for him to stop so many sword images. He then hurriedly activated Wind Steps, using the 1-second invincibility to block all the incoming attacks. With his speed greatly increased, he immediately entered stealth mode. I said, "You cannot get away." Sherfong immediately leaped up, the silver lake in his hand releasing the power of fire and thunder towards Absolute Heaven's path of advancement. Absolute Heaven knew that this move of Sherfeng's was immensely powerful. He immediately used Vanish, the 1 second of invincibility, allowing him to avoid the damage and fainted effect of the Thunder Flame explosion. After successfully blocking the Thunder Flame explosion, Absolute Heaven no longer possessed any life-saving skills in his arsenal. Just like last time, he was prepared to leap up into the trees, shaking off Sherfeng's pursuit. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to jump, nor move. Unknown as to when it happened, both his legs had been frozen solid, and even his figure was revealed. He already said that you cannot escape. Sherfong was extremely satisfied with the effect of the Frost Grenade. Once again, he sent a burst of 16 sword images stabbing at Absolute Heaven. This time, Absolute Heaven could only go all out, desperately stopping the incoming attacks with his daggers. 2 swords, 4 swords, 6 swords. By the time Absolute Heaven blocked the 11th sword, he was no longer able to keep up with the remaining sword images. He could only helplessly watch as the sword images stabbed into him, damages of over -300 points and even -400 points appearing above his head, one after another. Moreover, the durability of the equipment on his body fell madly. By the time Absolute Heaven's HP reached 0, the equipment on his body was all turned to scrape. Absolute Heaven suffered an incomparable heartache. Gnashing his teeth, all these equipment were gathered by him, one by one, after spending a large amount of time. Yet they were all destroyed now. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the 2 secret silver-ranked daggers, which were as precious as his own life, were not destroyed. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dead body fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness displayed on his face. He already said that you won't get away. Your weapon, I'll gratefully accept. Sherfong looked towards the silver-colored dagger that Absolute Heaven dropped with a smile, picking it up. Chapter 148, Underworld. Absolute Heaven disappeared with the wind after he died. Sherfong toyed around with the dagger Absolute Heaven dropped. The edge of the blade seemed capable of slicing air apart. A dagger with such a degree of sharpness was definitely a rarely seen item. Blade of assassination? Sherfong took a look at the dagger's introduction, discovering that the weapon was actually an exclusive item for Assassin's Blade of Assassination. Dagger. Secret silver rank. Level 8. Attack power plus 51. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 12. Attack speed plus 2. Durability 35/60. Additional passive skill dash. Sharp Edge. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause an armor break effect, reducing target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Non-stackable class restriction. Assassin. With such a high attack power and agility, it was no wonder Absolute Heaven was able to deal such massive damage to Sherfong. This blade of assassination was an assassination weapon completely made to increase the user's attack power and speed. It was definitely a favored weapon for the agility-type assassins. Based on Sherfeng's estimations, the blade of assassination was worth at least 1 gold coin. With this death, Absolute Heaven will probably need a very long time before he can recover. Sherfong looked at the blade of assassination, a smile plastered on his face. Previously, Sherfong still felt apprehensive towards Absolute Heaven constantly following him around and abruptly ambushing him. Now that Sherfong used the ice blue devil flame to give Absolute Heaven a thorough beating, not only did Absolute Heaven lose a level, all the equipment on his body was destroyed as well. Absolute Heaven had even dropped his blade of assassination after dying. It would be a long time before it would be possible for Absolute Heaven to come looking for trouble again. Brother Foam, you're just too awesome. You were like the incarnation of the fire god, just now. Just looking from afar, I could already feel myself being burned. I didn't think that swordsman would have such a skill. If I had known about it earlier on, I would have chosen to play as a swordsman as well. If I were to use this skill to pick up chicks in the future, I would definitely catch one with every hook I send. Blackie excitedly ran up to Surefoam, his eyes filled with endless envy as he looked at the ice-blue devil flame covering Shurfeng's body. As for the matter of Surefoam managing to kill Absolute Heaven, Blackie paid no attention to it at Alan Blackie's eyes. Although Absolute Heaven was indeed an expert, he was still just an elite player of martial union. Surefoam being able to kill him was all too normal. On the other hand, the elegant-looking clear blue flame surrounding Surefoam was the truly shocking matter. Hearing Blackie describing the ice-blue devil flame as a tool to pick up girls, Surefoam became speechless. He did not understand just what was going through Blackie's mind. Every day this flame isn't a swordsman's skill. It is a mysterious flame, and it can increase a player's attack damage. Surefoam explained. Mysterious flame? Blackie's face filled with confusion. Although Blackie did not know what a mysterious flame was, but hearing that it was able to increase a player's attack damage confirmed it was definitely an extremely precious item. Seeing that Surefoam possessed such an item, instead of becoming envious, his heart filled with joy. With the mysterious flame, Surefoam could become even stronger than before. When the time comes, let's see who still dared to bully them. At this moment, Lonely Snow also hurried over after finishing picking up the loot from the swamp hippos. When he saw that Shurfeng's entire body was covered in flames, giving off a scorching hot temperature, and that Surefoam was even able to control these brilliantly beautiful clear blue flames, he too became incomparably shocked. He nearly regarded Surefoam as a hidden class. However, after listening to Blackie's explanation, Lonely Snow as well understood just how precious and powerful was the ice-blue devil flame. The ice-blue devil flame was definitely one of Shurfeng's secrets. If others were to find out about this secret, there would definitely be tons of players wanting to obtain the ice-blue devil flame. Moreover, Surefoam being willing to share this secret with them showed just how much he trusted them. Just this piece of trust alone was enough to let Lonely Snow feel that it was worth striving for. Surefoam, let's not chat for now. We should get rid of the steel-skinned hippo and quickly leave this place. After Absolute Heaven revives, he might tell the other players from Martial Union to come here and surround us. Surefoam no longer continued to explain, turning around and charging towards the steel-skinned hippo. Blackie knew that they could not stay in this place for too long as well. He started chanting incantations, aiding Surefoam in attacking and restricting the steel-skinned hippo. Although the steel-skinned hippo had high HP and defense, with its short vision range, it was destined to become an easy kill for Surefoam. What Surefoam needed to do now was to charge up and go all out at dealing damage. After bursting out all of his skills, he would then turn to escape. Meanwhile, Blackie would desperately attack from a distance, and as long as Surefoam finished using all of his skills, Blackie would use Evil Whip to restrict the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow would then use Charge and Break before escaping as well. After Surefoam was more than 25 yards away from the steel-skinned hippo, the steel-skinned hippo would lose its target, dumbly rushing about. When the cooldown for Shurfeng's skills ended, he would then continue with another round of bombardment, repeating the cycle all over again. This time, Surefoam did not keep his strength hidden away. He immediately used the ice-blue devil flame, increasing his damage output by 20%. Simultaneously, the power of Ice-type and Fire-type skills was increased by 40%. With such an increase, Shurfeng's damage against the steel-skinned hippo instantly soared. Even his normal attacks could deal around 50 to 60 damage now. As for Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill could cause over 400 damage to the steel-skinned hippo. Even if the steel-skinned hippo had high HP, it still frantically decreased under the fierce onslaught. Several minutes later, the steel-skinned hippo let out a blood-curdling shriek as its body fell to the ground with a boom. It dropped 4 items and gave a large amount of EXP after it died. Amongst the 4 items, 2 of them were level 15 bronze equipment, while the remaining items were a Tier 1 strength gemstone and a bronze-ranked leatherworking material. The effects of the Shadow's Blessing was fully displayed here. Otherwise, aside from giving out a lot of EXP, a level 15 elite would at most give out a piece of equipment and some materials. Only let's go somewhere else to kill swamp hippos. After killing the steel-skinned hippo, Surefoam brought Blackie and Lonely Snow to another grinding spot. The silent swamp was extremely large in size. Its size was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Gale Valley. Meanwhile, the habitat of the swamp hippos took up 1/10 of the entire Silent Swamp. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the entire Silent Swamp. With the 1 to 200 members of Martial Union, it would be hard-pressed for them to locate Shifeng's party successfully. Moreover, Shifeng was very familiar with the Silent Swamp. He had once lived at this place for over 20 days in his previous life, so he knew which locations had the highest number of swamp hippos and also the locations with the fastest respawn rates. Shifeng also knew the spawn locations for the elite monsters in Silent Swamp. However, with the strength of their party of 3 right now, the only elite monster they could deal with was the steel-skinned hippo, as the other elite monsters did not possess any clear weaknesses. If they were to go against these elite monsters, they would have to risk their lives doing so. Leveling up at this place is just too awesome. Originally, I thought that the leveling speed at Gale Valley was already extremely fast, but after coming to this place for less than 2 hours, I've already managed to reach level 9. If we are to continue in this trend, within 3 hours, I would definitely reach level 10 and be able to enter White River City. At this speed, the elites of those major guilds have probably just reached level 9. Blackie excitedly said, if Cola and the others didn't die and were with us right now, we 6 would be able to enter White River City today, becoming the first party to enter White River City. Lonely Snow nodded, agreeing with Blackie's statement. He too could not help but admit to the invigorating feeling of having Shifeng power leveling them. This leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other players. Even if Martial Union surrounded them and killed them once right now, with Shifeng carrying them, they would quickly recuperate their losses. They did not need to fear having a confrontation with a large guild like Martial Union at All Red Leaf Town. Slum's Absolute Heaven was currently drinking away his sorrows in the enchanted bar. When the others saw Absolute Heaven, they all obediently distanced themselves to a corner, not daring to go near him at all. The reason was due to the waves of killing intent radiating off of Absolute Heaven. There was nobody who was willing to come into contact with that Oradam. I made a huge loss this time. Sooner or later, I will definitely have my revenge. Though Absolute Heaven did not feel heartache over the loss of his levels, it was a different story for the equipment he lost. It was especially true for the Blade of Assassination. As long as he put some time into it, he could easily catch up in terms of EXP. However, it was a different story for equipment. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Those top-tier equipment were only obtainable through killing monsters or doing high-level quests. They were not something that could be obtained within a short amount of time. The opportunity was also needed to obtain them. Just what is that clear blue flame? After equipping his weapon, he could actually destroy my mysterious iron equipment with such ease, and even greatly reducing the durability of my secret silver weapons. Recalling the ice blue devil flame that surrounded Shifeng's body, Absolute Heaven could not help but shudder in fear. To every player, the destruction of their equipment was much more terrifying than facing death itself. Just considering the future, every time he fought Shifeng, he would once again risk the possibility of all of his hard-earned, top-tier equipment being destroyed. It was truly a nightmare. Brother Absolute Heaven, long time no see. I see that you still love drinking like always. A short-bearded man wearing a black cape said as he sat opposite to Absolute Heaven. South Wolf, why do you have the time to come looking for me? When Absolute Heaven looked at the person speaking to him, his previous indifferent attitude was completely gone. Of course, it is to congratulate you. The man named Southwolf said with a laugh. Didn't you always want to join Underworld? Right now, the higher-ups have already recognized your potential, and you already have the rights to become an outer member of Underworld. In the future, you too will be one of Underworld's members. I think you should know what this means, right?
What?
I passed the test? Absolute Heaven nearly jumped up from excitement. The frustration and depression Absolute Heaven felt from being killed by Shifeng before were immediately swept clean. He no longer minded even the loss of the Blade of Assassination, as there was nothing more joyous than being able to join Underworld. In order to join Underworld, Absolute Heaven had spent 3 full years undergoing over a dozen assessments and tests. Now, he finally obtained Underworld's recognition, officially becoming one of Underworld's outer members. Underworld was a very mysterious organization. Its strength in the real world was extremely terrifying. The resources, influence, and information it possessed was not something any outsider could imagine. Just based on some of the identities of the outer members of Underworld that Absolute Heaven knew of was enough to astonish him greatly. However, for reasons unknown, Underworld started investing into virtual reality games some 10 years ago in order to join Underworld. The real-world assassin, Absolute Heaven, had also started playing virtual reality games right now. Underworld was paying unprecedented attention towards God's domain. Hence why Absolute Heaven decided to fully devote himself into God's domain. Now that he finally managed to become an outer member of Underworld, how could he not be excited? Absolute Heaven, weren't you level 9 the last time I saw you? Why are you level 8 now? You couldn't have been killed by a player, right? The man named Southwolf joked as he downed his drink. He was extremely clear about Absolute Heaven's strength. Absolute Heaven was definitely a top-tier assassin. Moreover, the equipment on him was all of excellent quality, and he even had secret silver weapons. He also learned plenty of rare advanced skills. There were only a scant few players in Red Leaf Town who were capable of directly confronting Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the majority of these players would not have a win rate of over 60%. As for players who would have a win rate of 80% and above, in the entire Red Leaf Town, only the famous Snow Goddess could possibly achieve such a feat. It was absolutely impossible for other players. Moreover, if Absolute Heaven were to put all his might into escaping, even the Snow Goddess would not be able to hold him down. Now that Absolute Heaven lost a level, there was a high possibility that it was due to him accidentally dying while carrying out a high-difficulty quest. However, after hearing Southwolf say so, Absolute Heaven's expression abruptly turned gloomy, his mood turning extremely sour. It can't be, right? Were you really killed by someone? Who did it? Don't tell me you went and provoked the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow? You couldn't have been so foolish, right? Daring to provoke even her. Looking at Absolute Heaven's dark expression, Southwolf immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He couldn't help but abruptly spit out all the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 149, Freezing Shadow. I'm no fool. Why would I dig my own grave by provoking Gentle Snow? Absolute Heaven shook his head. If you didn't provoke Gentle Snow, then who killed you? I doubt that there is another expert like her in the entire Red Leaf Town. Southwolf could not help but become curious based on the information he obtained. The experts in Red Leaf Town only numbered so many. If it wasn't a top-tier expert like Gentle Snow, could there possibly be another top-tier expert appearing in Red Leaf Town without him knowing? Southwolf's curiosity deeply pierced Absolute Heaven's pride. He tightly gripped his fist to the point where blood almost came out. He had spent such a long time planning and preparing so many measures. Originally, he had a 100% possibility to kill Shurfeng. However, the rate at which Shurfeng increased his strength had far surpassed Absolute Heaven's estimations. Looking at Absolute Heaven's silence, Southwolf could not help but let loose a smile. He was now even more interested in the expert that managed to kill Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven, you know what my job entails, right? Now that such an expert has appeared in Red Leaf Town, I need to know just who that person is. Southwolf looked at Absolute Heaven, asking in a low tone. Absolute Heaven's expression turned sullen. He did not wish to tell anybody of this embarrassing matter at all, not to mention telling it to the Southwolf before him. Absolute Heaven had maintained a no-loss record for 3 whole years. Yet, today that record was ripped apart by the unknown Shurfeng. Moreover, today was even the big day where he got to join Underworld. With such an incident happening, it would definitely affect his standing in Underworld in the future. I can understand how you are feeling right now. You've managed to join Underworld after much difficulty, yet you were immediately met with such an incident. It would definitely have a huge impact on your mood. However, this is my job. If you do not cooperate as an outer member, you might even be expelled from the organization. You should think clearly about your decision, Southwolf said strictly. Absolute Heaven was extremely aggravated. However, he could not retaliate against Southwolf's words at all. He could only forcefully suppress the burning rage in his heart, saying in a low tone, "The person's a swordsman called Yi Foam." Swordsman Yi Foam? Isn't that the Yi Foam that cleared the hell mode of the Dark Moon graveyard together with gentle snow? South Wolf entered into deep thought. I've seen his battle recording before, and I've also analyzed his strength. He is indeed an expert, but it is only up to a normal standard. He has no qualifications to join Underworld at all. Now that he has actually managed to kill you, however, it would seem that he has previously hidden quite a lot of his strength. What hidden strength? It's just dumb luck. I don't know where he got it from, but that flame of his was extremely powerful. It was able to destroy my equipment during battle, and that flame greatly reduced even the durability of my secret silver weapons. If it wasn't for that flame, he would have no chance at killing me at all, Absolute Heaven said in disdain. Flame? It could even destroy equipment, and not even secret silver weapons could block it? South Wolf became even more curious. I recall that swordsmen do not possess such a skill. It should be some sort of special equipment skill. However, if not even a secret silver weapon could block it, the skill is definitely not anything simple. This special equipment quality must be extremely high. It must be a dark gold rank special equipment or item. However, even dark gold items would not have such a strong effect. There is a substantial possibility that it is an epic ranked item.
E.
Epic rank. Absolute Heaven was greatly astonished. It can't be, right? Right now, I haven't even heard the news of someone obtaining a dark gold ranked item. Yet he, as an independent player, could obtain an epic ranked item? What's there to be surprised about? God's domain is filled with mystery. Even if it is only at this stage of the game, there is no surprise at obtaining an epic ranked item. Within Underworld, there has already been more than one person who obtained a dark gold ranked item, but it is indeed my first time hearing about an epic ranked item. However, this is still just a guess of mine. It requires deeper investigation. South Wolf's face was filled with joy. Thinking that he could obtain such information, even if it was only a possibility, he could still receive quite a reward from the higher-ups. If he could confirm this information, he might even be able to increase his standing within Underworld further. I've already passed on all the information about which the Underworld wishes to inform you. I'll now go and investigate about that flame. If it truly is an epic ranked item, as long as Yifeng hands over that flame, taking into account his techniques, he might be able to become an outer member of Underworld. Within this period, you should avoid seeking him out for trouble. After all, you guys might be colleagues in the future, South Wolf said with a laugh as he departed from the bar. Damn it. Looking at South Wolf's unconcerned attitude as he departed, Absolute Heaven abruptly punched his fist onto the table. The beer bottles on the table all fell to the ground, breaking apart into fragments. Silent Swamp. Streamfall Surefoam was currently leading Blackie and Lonely Snow to attack a jade green, three-headed snake demon, rare elite. Level 16. HP 15,000/15,000. A rare elite was not much stronger when compared to a normal elite monster of the same level. It was extremely rare for players to meet one, hence why it was called a rare elite. However, even these rare elites had specified respawn points. Only, they had many locations they could spawn from, so it was not easy to locate them, and all the loot of rare elites was much better than that of normal elites. Hence why many players loved rare elites. There were only a total of 5 rare elites in the Silent Swamp. Amongst them, the weakest one was the three-headed snake demon. Also, when a rare elite died, they would only respawn 2 days later after carrying both Blackie and Lonely Snow to level 10. Surefoam himself reached level 11 as well. He felt that they should roughly be able to kill the three-headed snake demon, hence why they had spent a lot of time looking for it. Brother Foam, this rare elite's movement speed is simply too fast. I can't land a hit on it at all. Blackie continuously used Dark Arrow to attack the three-headed snake demon. However, the snake demon was extremely swift in its movements. It was able to dodge all the dark arrows that flew at it easily, no problems. You just need to use Curse to weaken the three-headed snake demon's speed and strength, Surefoam said in the party chat previously. They obtained many good items from grinding the swamp hippos. Amongst those items was the Weakening Curse skill book for Cursemancers. The skill was able to reduce all the attributes of the target by 15%, damage dealt by 15%, and increase the darkness damage the target received by 10%. It was one of the signature skills of Cursemancers in addition to the Evil Whip binding and restricting the three-headed snake demon, and also Lonely Snow's charge and break. Sure Foam could easily deal with this monster. The three-headed snake demon's main form of attack was a long-range venom attack. This venom was extremely terrifying, and even a level 15 MT would not be able to withstand the sustained damage caused by the venom. Moreover, basic antidotes were completely ineffective against it. On the bright side, the three-headed snake demon had very low physical damage. Moreover, the three-headed snake demon had much less defense when compared to the steel-skinned hippo. Just Shurfeng's normal attacks alone could deal over minus 150 damage to the snake demon. In addition to the damage amplification effect from Thundering Strike, each of Shurfeng's normal attacks could deal close to minus 200 damage. If he were to use a skill, then the damage dealt would exceed 300 to 400 points. With only 15,000 HP, the three-headed Snake King stood no chance at all against Shurfeng's frightening damage. After 10 minutes or so, the three-headed snake released a pained cry, its body smashing down into the stream. It also dropped 5 pieces of items. Brother Foam, your luck recently is getting better and better. It's even better than mine now. Looking at the large number of good items dropping from the monster Sure Foam killed, Blackie could not help but curiously comment. According to his memories, Shurfeng's luck before was not very good. Even if Sure Foam killed elite monsters, at most he would get 1 piece of bronze equipment. Now he would get at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment and even rare materials or skill books. It was truly unfathomable, haha. It's a secret. Sure Foam smiled. He naturally would not reveal that it was due to the contribution of the Shadow's blessing. The effect of the 3 points in luck was not something with which Blackie could catch up. Sure Foam then picked up the loot, discovering a very familiar item. Isn't this the freezing shadow? This thing really brings back memories. Brother Foam, what dropped? Blackie asked. Lonely Snow was also very curious. We got quite the good harvest. We got 2 level 15 bronze equipment, 1 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, 1 rare dungeon teleport scroll, and 1 consumable item, the freezing shadow. We definitely hit the jackpot with this. Sure Foam displayed the attributes on all the items for the two to see. Now that the three-headed snake is dead, it will take another 2 days before another respawns. Let's continue grinding swamp hippos then. Just as Sure Foam and the others were about to continue grinding swamp hippos, Sure Foam suddenly received a communication request. Who's Southwolf? Sure Foam looked at the caller ID, discovering that it was a stranger. Moreover, there was no such person in his memories, since it is someone I don't know. Let's just reject it then. Saying so, Sure Foam rejected the call. Chapter 150, Star River Valley. After Sure Foam rejected the call, he continued searching for swamp hippos he actually rejected. Southwolf looked at the rejection notification, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. Normally, those with social standings would earnestly wish to converse with him in order to form friendly ties. Now, however, he was actually met with a situation like this. It was definitely a first for him, however. The ones above had already given him the command to make contact with Sure Foam. Hence, he could only endure it and continue attempting to contact Sure Foam. After he reported the information about Sure Foam and the flame, Underworld carried out an analysis on the effects of the flame. They immediately discovered that the flame was definitely extremely precious, and there was over a 70% chance that it could possibly be an epic ranked item. Hence, Southwolf was tasked with negotiating with Sure Foam to obtain the flame for Underworld. Southwolf sucked in a few deep breaths, calming down his mood. He then sent another communication request to Sure Foam. However, every single request for communication was met with rejection. Crap. I can't believe this. Let's see how long you can keep on rejecting my calls. Southwolf sent a communication request once more. This is getting irritating. Sure Foam rejected the request once again. He then adjusted the system settings to stop receiving calls from strangers after turning off the system interface. Shifeng suddenly felt that the world became much more peaceful and serene than before. Leader, I discovered a very special place here. The rivers are actually flowing in midair. There are also lots of golden-colored fish swimming in the silver-colored river. Moreover, these fish are all level 20 special elites. Lonely Snow suddenly said in the party chat, his voice containing great excitement. A group of level 20 special elite fish? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Lonely Snow, are you sure you saw right? Blackie did not believe Lonely Snow's words at all. Special elites. They were much stronger than ordinary elite monsters, the reason being, special elites were very outstanding in a particular field. If it were not in terms of speed, then it would either be in terms of strength, magic, or something else. There were extremely few special elites in God's domain, and their rarity was comparable to rare elites. Not to mention finding a group of special elites. Even meeting with a single one was extremely difficult, it's true. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture of it. After taking a look at the picture, it was indeed, as Lonely Snow said. The location in the picture was like a wonderland on Earth, dazzlingly beautiful. It was truly hard to imagine that the dark and damp silent swamp would have such a location in it. There were hundreds of big golden fish in the Silver River, and they all shone brilliantly, creating a dazzling sight. Golden-colored fish? Shifeng entered deep thought as he looked at the golden fish in the river. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. What are the coordinates? I'll come over immediately. When Shifeng and Blackie arrived at the silver-colored river, they discovered that this river was actually moving in position, though it moved at an extremely slow speed. Shifeng and Blackie only managed to locate this river due to Lonely Snow continuously following Ida as expected. It is the Star River Valley. Shifeng smiled. Star River Valley was one of the rarely seen marvels in God's domain. These marvels would usually appear at maps that were below level 50. Any players that were able to meet such marvels were all extremely lucky, as this meeting represented an opportunity. Shifeng had once heard of a player obtaining a fine gold-ranked item from the Star River Valley. There was even a player who obtained an epic-ranked item, causing others to feel envious. However, there were also rumors that the person was just lying. Brother Feng, how do we deal with these big golden fish? Blackie felt a headache coming on just from looking at all the big golden fishes swimming in the silver-colored river. Golden fish, special elite. Level 20. HP 100,000/100,000. Ignoring the level suppression, attack, and defense of the golden fishes, just their 100,000 HP was enough to bring a person to despair. These golden fish are swimming in a river that's floating in midair. I've previously tested it out before, and I couldn't land an attack at all. However, if we solely depended on Blackie's magical attacks, the damage dealt might not even match up with the golden fish's recovery speed. Lonely Snow said, Leader, do you have any good ideas? Let's take a look at the surroundings first then. We might be able to discover some clues. Shifeng said it was also Shifeng's first time meeting the Star River Valley. If their luck was good, they might receive a huge harvest, possibly even obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold-ranked items. Blackie and Lonely Snow started searching through the entire region of the Star River Valley. After searching for over 10 minutes, Blackie discovered an elderly man floating in midair. The elder was holding onto a fishing rod. Fishing Brother Feng, I found an NPC over here. Blackie excitedly said, I'll be there immediately. Shifeng said, also becoming excited. The NPC elder was called Faust, and he was a level 100 NPC that was capable of easily suppressing Shifeng and the others. Respected elder, can we help you with anything? Shifeng respectfully said. The elder, Faust, seemed not to have heard Shifeng speaking. His eyelids remained shut as he quietly fished. He can't be deaf, right? Blackie said, he can't be a deaf person, right? I'm guessing that his hearing is impaired. After all, that NPC's setting is that of an old man, so his hearing should have deteriorated. He should be able to hear us if we speak louder. Lonely Snow shook his head. This old man is the great Faust. You adventurers are truly ill-mannered, daring to actually speak about this old man in such a way. This old man is going to give you 2 a punishment. Faust abruptly opened his eyes. Floating in midair, he looked at both Blackie and Lonely Snow as he spoke in a furious tone. Holy crap. This NPC doesn't react to praises, but immediately reacts when we talk bad about him? Isn't his IQ too high? Blackie was shocked. Lonely Snow was also incomparably shocked, however. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, Faust casually pointed a finger at them. The two of them suddenly floated high up into the air before plunging down to the ground, nearly dying from the fall. After teaching the two a lesson, Faust started fishing once again. You two. Sure Foam laughed as he spoke in the party chat. The NPCs in God's domain possess extremely high intelligence. This is especially true for almost all high-level NPCs. They are totally different from the average Joe. You guys should treat powerful NPCs with respect in the future. This time, Faust could be considered to have given you a light lesson. If he were to become truly angry, there is the possibility that he might even kill you. In Shifeng's previous life, many players who paid little respect to NPCs. In the end, they were killed off by said NPCs. Shifeng had even seen more severe cases where NPCs would kill off a player whenever they met Brother Foam. Why didn't you say so early? Blackie complained. I wanted to say it, but you guys spoke before I had a chance to say anything. Shifeng shrugged, shoving away the blame. Just as Shifeng was about to reveal his strategy, the system's message notification constantly rang out. One after another, the message notifications created a symphony of beeps. Shifeng became speechless. Just where did so many messages come from? Why is it Southwolf again? Shifeng did not think that this person called Southwolf would be so persistent. The person had actually sent several hundred messages over. He was truly insane. Do you dare accept a voice call? Do you know who I am? Are you reading this? I know you're reading this. There is a big opportunity awaiting you right now. You best contact me immediately. Looking at these messages, speaking from a certain perspective, this person called Southwolf was indeed a very awesome person. Shifeng was extremely curious about why this person was trying to look for him. He also could not continue involving himself with this person, so he readjusted the system settings to allow calls from strangers again. Chapter 151. Come if you can. Very quickly, Southwolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. You. Do you know who I? Shifeng's words nearly caused Southwolf to lose it. However, in the end, he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Shifeng said. Southwolf furiously said, why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? Southwolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Shifeng's words. A loose expert like Shifeng dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, Southwolf realized that Shifeng only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down. Calm down, Southwolf consoled himself, saying, as long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now, he was just in existence at the very bottom.
What?
Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld? Shifeng was slightly shocked indeed. He had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background underworld-possessed Shifeng also did not think that Southwolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Shifeng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way Southwolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Shifeng inwardly guessed. Previously, he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence, he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Shifeng's shock, Southwolf felt slightly satisfied actually. This isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. Southwolf laughed, proudly saying, "By telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead, I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld. Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven?" Shifeng calmly asked, and you can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld. Southwolf was slightly astonished. Shifeng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. So you're saying, as long as I agree, I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately? Shifeng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s. Hence, he reacted extremely calmly. In Shifeng's previous life, as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Shifeng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wished to join Underworld. Right now, you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld, we have always believed that if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you're extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see. Realization structure Feng. The organization, Underworld, was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing, and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Redleaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, Southwolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Shifeng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Shifeng said in a stern tone after his experience with Shadow. He no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby right now. He could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Shifeng it was common knowledge the reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? Southwolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Shifeng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Shifeng reiterated once more after speaking so much. In the end, you're just toying with me? Southwolf angrily said, do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shifeng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame, and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. Southwolf threatened in a cold tone. Ha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning, your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple, so you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shifeng calmly said, I only have one sentence to say to you. If you guys have the ability, then come. Chapter 152, Legendary Character. Southwolf fell silent at Shifeng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shifeng of Underworld's background and its frightening might. Yet, Shifeng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time Southwolf encountered such a case. If you think that, just by being acquainted with and backing of a gentle snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. Southwolf sneered. Even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld, not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way, you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shifeng laughed disdainfully. You wish to take something that belongs to me with just a few words? Do you think that your family runs God's domain, or something? I'll tell you one more time. If you have the ability, then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shifeng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life, he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shifeng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path, he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to Underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment, and such in God's domain? Although Underworld's influence was massive, and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged Second World, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly Underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shifeng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter Hell. Southwolf was so angry he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Sherfone was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In Southwolf's view, Sherfone was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Starmoon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, an independent player like Sherfone would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time, Sherfone would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame hell. Is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Sherfone shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Sherfone now possessed the ice-blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess, he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him, he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid, so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Sherfone disconnected the call. Brother Foam, what happened? Blackie could feel Sherfeng's rage from the conversation. He just had nothing much. It was just someone trying to rob me. Sherfone shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay? Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Sherfone spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Sherfone described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Sherfone. If he could become more powerful, he might be of help to Sherfone in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Sherfeng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least, I can't remain as dead weight to Brother Foam. Suddenly, the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Sherfone hung up on him, Southwolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. Southwolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Foam, I've already tried my best, but that bratty Foam still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him, if we have the ability. Ha ha ha. He's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, Southwolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City just to deal with a single Yi Foam. Let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon, I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Sherfone was enough to cause Southwolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Sherfone. Meanwhile, as Southwolf thought of ways to deal with Sherfone, the person himself was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one according to Shifeng's understanding. Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shifeng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep, hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention. Yet, just when Shifeng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention, having the backing of Chapter 153, Legendary Item. After attracting Faust's attention, Shifeng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in midair. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Shifeng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Shifeng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the 2 previously, to obtain the ice blue devil flame. He used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying. Blackie said, shocked, after taking a look at the frost grenades introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters. They might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if pikers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious. Lonely Snow lamented indeed. Not to mention using them for grinding and PK, just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life at the most crucial of moments. Sherfong only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, "Stop chatting. In a moment, I'll count down to 3, and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together." Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Foam, using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Sherfong. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Sherfong was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion previously. He had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9, just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later, I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Sherfong said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked, even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item, yet Sherfong planned to give each of them 30 in the future? This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union, with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Sherfeng's assurance, the two of them followed Sherfeng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in midair. Boom. The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over -100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in midair, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head, saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish." "Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you." Sherfong acted courteously as he said, "Oh, I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish." When Faust heard the words cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well? My strength is too strong, and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here." "This," Sherfong said with a hesitant expression. "Relax. I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it?" Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately, tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in mid-air. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. "Brother Foam, look. That's a level 15 secret silver rank staff. There. That's a mysterious iron-ranked mage robe.
Wah.
That's a fine gold-ranked cloth armor armguard." Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold-ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Sherfeng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item? Sherfong was shocked. Previously, he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item at most from the Star River Valley. Sherfong had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, It would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well in Shifeng's previous life. Even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier sword king, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Shifeng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few Tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possessed 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of Tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a Tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Shifeng did not think that, in this life, he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It was not just Shifeng who discovered the legendary ranked item. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow noticed it, as the orange glow that the item gave off was simply too eye-catching. Brother Feng, I'm not dreaming, right? That's a legendary ranked item, right? Blackie pinched his own cheeks, saying. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow was speechless from excitement. He kept clapping Blackie's shoulders as he pointed towards the legendary item. You guys are not hallucinating. That is indeed a legendary ranked item. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy. Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Shifeng and the others at this time. Shifeng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Shifeng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Breath, fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 154. A quest that is impossible to complete. Fragmented legendary rank. Shifeng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Shifeng's previous life, the statistics showed that, after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary ranked items discovered in God's domain right now. However, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded. Moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish, for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored magical nets, handing them over to Shifeng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Shifeng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the 3's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time, they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the Heavenly Dragon's breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Shifeng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Shifeng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The three of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze ranked item and level 20 bronze ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious iron ranked item and level 20 mysterious iron ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret silver ranked item and level 20 secret silver ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold ranked item and level 20 fine gold ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1,000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance, one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here, I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you. Blackie laughed. Shifeng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish. Only, it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Shifeng and the other two were about to take action. Before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I, too, will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards. Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System. Rare quest, delicious golden fish accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Shifeng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The three of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Shifeng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would have painted me as a scammer, Shifeng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Shifeng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right. They contacted me. Shifeng nodded his head, saying. Hearing Shifeng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity, just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me, and I refused to give it to them. Shifeng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld's strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Shifeng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wish to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on if they can. There really isn't anything else, Shifeng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way. Gentle Snow nearly choked when she heard Shifeng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up soon after. Shifeng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Shifeng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side, he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit. To begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them, with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours at this rate. They could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. Chapter 155, Devour Once More. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention a fragmented legendary ranked item. Even a dark gold ranked item was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end. Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Shifeng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item in God's domain. Even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item. So, who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man. He is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat leader. What do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items and just go for fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Shifeng shook his head, saying, "You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself." It was impossible for Shifeng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Sherfeng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the silver river chop. A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over -1,400 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Sherfeng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over -800 damage, following which, Sherfeng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of -1,056, -1,384, and -1,758 appeared above their heads in the blink of an eye. The golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust not bad, Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Sherfeng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng. Leader. Looking at the damage Sherfeng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. Don't just stare at me. Continue your attacks, Sherfeng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Sherfeng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Sherfeng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's to me as expected. It's still not enough. Sherfeng wrinkled his brows at this rate. Even if Sherfeng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would, at most, capture 172. 190 golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Haha. Young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before, you all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all 3 of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items. Faust laughed with confidence naturally. Sherfeng did not give up at Faust's words. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Sherfeng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Sherfeng's entire body, increasing Sherfeng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a Tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Sherfeng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now, his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over -1,700 damage. The most frightening was the thunder flame explosion, dealing over -3,000 damage. In the end, Sherfeng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Sherfeng could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Sherfeng felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Haha. Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts. Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Sherfeng and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man. He only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, Our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%, Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low. My attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Sure Foam entered deep thought as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities if he used the intermediate frost grenades, with all three of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River. They might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around -500 damage to the golden fish. Then, killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins, although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery. To begin with, Sure Foam did not possess nearly that much money. Hence, this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Sure Foam flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible at this moment. Sure Foam discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This greatsword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blades level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 silver dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration structure foam. There would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 secret silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring, then. Sure Foam immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. Chapter 156, Black Dragon Coming into Being. At a glance, the Kabulu wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters, such as white-tusked boars, large bisons, and vultures, roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious at this stage of the game. A level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabulu wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. Weary, almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a greatsword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed the scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What?
Snow?
The golden-armored youth was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld? Foam Xianyang, I've already said it before. I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter, Gentle Snow calmly said. Say it then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it, the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off its nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before, telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Yi Feng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go. Gentle Snow, said Yi Feng, is it? Feng Xianyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter, that's right. It's Yi Feng. What are your thoughts? Gentle Snow asked, since you've already spoken, naturally, there will be no problems. You can rest assured. I'll talk to my subordinates about it. Feng Xianyang smiled soon after. Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Snow, why would you care so much about the Yi Feng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat? Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. Yuri overthinking things. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you're also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now? Fine. I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time. Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. Moreover, Yi Feng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Yi Feng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing. Gentle Snow then continued, if Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Yi Feng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xianyang has already agreed, there should be no problems. On the other side, after Feng Xianyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xianyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with Yi Feng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xianyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Yi Feng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Yi Feng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xianyang jealousy. Feng Xianyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than that Yi Feng in every way. Yet, Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Yi Feng instead. There must be a problem here, however. Feng Xianyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Yi Feng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Yi Feng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xianyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xianyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. I absolutely cannot let that Yi Feng remain in God's domain. He would not tolerate Yi Feng's continued contact with Gentle Snow. He needed to get rid of Yi Feng immediately. Only with Yi Feng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and Gentle Snow. Young Master Feng, do you have any commands? South Wolf respectfully asked. I want you to break apart the relationship between Yi Feng and Gentle Snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other. Then make Yi Feng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand? Feng Xianyang coldly said understood. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way, I can do things more easily. Southwolf smiled as he spoke. Fine. I'll send a party from the Underworld Guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully. Feng Xianyang said. Hearing the name Underworld Guards, Southwolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Yi Feng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld Guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual, but a full-party young master foam. Rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail, Southwolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked great sword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked great sword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being, transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley, and even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon. Faust, who floated in midair, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock right now. How is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon and haven't felt its curse yet. Chapter 157. Battle Prowess dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flames surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Shifeng. Isn't trying to kill me, right? This was the first time Shifeng had personally witnessed a dragon in God's domain. Dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention, the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the black dragon king. Young man, relax. It died long ago, and this is merely a phantom of its past. It cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power. Faust could see the worry in Shifeng's eyes. Hence, he explained with a smile as expected. The Black Dragon King before Shifeng simply stared him, taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, it might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Shifeng and the others would not have remained standing there, safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the abyssal blade. Immediately, the abyssal blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Shifeng's hand. The abyssal blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the abyssal blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the abyssal blade? As Shifeng held the abyssal blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the abyssal blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the abyssal blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22. Attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7. Attacks have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman job. All skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment to level up to level 15. Can be evolved unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds cooldown. 1 minute. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragons Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Dark Violent Dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds cooldown. 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Aulises, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. It looks like, if the Abyssal Blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Sherfone was extremely satisfied by the Abyssal Blade's improvements right now. The Abyssal Blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit increasing to 30% was a frightening improvement, not to mention the chances of inflicting the Doom Curse increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Sherfone tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the Silver River. The Heavenly Dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Sherfone. Rather, he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Sherfone reached level 20 right now and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Sherfone had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item. Now what if I use this? Sherfone suddenly took out the Freezing Shadow. He previously obtained Freezing Shadow, Dart-type consumable item. Usage count, 10,000/10,000. Causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown at a glance. Even Blackie and Lonely Shadow, who were familiar with Sherfone, might not understand this item. The Freezing Shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker. So how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Sherfone flew up to the Silver River as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Sherfone was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start, then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with a magical net, Sherfone also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Sherfone activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the Abyssal Blade in one hand and the Freezing Shadow in the other. Sherfone then slashed the Abyssal Blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Thundering flash. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of -1846, -2389, and -3201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to -3692, -4778, and -6402. There were even some that felt the doom curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40% and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Sure Foam struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the Doom Curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go, Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the Freezing Shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Show. Instantly, more than 10 freezing shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the Doom Curse. Every dart caused over -1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over -600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the frost grenades, the freezing shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the Abyssal Blade, Shurfeng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Sure Foam could easily throw out 20 freezing shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Sure Foam limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time. Due to Shurfeng's unrestrained damaging, the HP of the golden fish afflicted by the Doom Curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. Chapter 158. The Final Violent Dance. Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shurfeng's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shurfeng's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shurfeng's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shurfeng's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the Doom Curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shurfeng's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out 1 freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shurfeng's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish. Sure Foam hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish. 2 fish. 3 fish. Sure Foam only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shurfeng's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, Doom Curse, and Dark Violent Dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Sure Foam could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shurfeng's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour, they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed, little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by. Already weary Rich We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You? Ha ha ha. I have more than you. I have 645. We'll have 1,263 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile on their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Sir Foam could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the three of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Sir Foam did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now, even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Shurfang's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength in God's domain. There were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Sir Foam wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Sir Foam, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had 0 chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain, there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess in regards to dealing with high-level monsters or High Lord-ranked monsters. Large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon, the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild for guilds like Martial Union, Assassin's Alliance, and Ouroboros. They had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation, and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Sir Foam chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality, it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow if Sherfone wished to form a sturdy foundation. Powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Sherfone. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt, then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Sherfone was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep soon after. Sherfone took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Sherfone sternly said in the party chat. Brother Foam, rest assured. I'm a curseman, sir, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me. Sherfone tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a Fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Sherfang's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? Chapter 159. The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpassed the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of Fire-type and Ice-type magics that Sherfone wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over -6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over -5,000 damage. With all 3 members of Sherfang's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide due to being frozen. By the frost grenades, the golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Sherfone completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Sherfang's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Foam, here's the golden fish I collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Sherfone. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Sherfone to trade for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Sherfone received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Phone, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Shifeng's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now, we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item. Shifeng said when everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment. Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it, although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level, the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15 possibly. Only those very few Apex experts that reach level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing Party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an Apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain. Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Shifeng asked Blackie, and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter, as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing Workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, Brother Phone, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equipped secret silver equipment the moment we reach level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer-lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Shifeng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that, once Shifeng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Shifeng nodded his head. In reality, Shifeng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful. to actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years. He had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet, today, he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Sherfone looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic-ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Star Chaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guardas for the dark gold-ranked items and fine gold-ranked items. There were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available, however. The item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Sherfone looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Sherfeng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic-ranked items before him. Indecisive Faust only revealed a smile at the sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people after hesitating for a long time. Sherfeng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's Guard, and this level 15 secret silver-ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Sherfone said, how do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Sherfone wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Sherfone, asking in disbelief. Chapter 160, Shocking Attributes.
Great.
The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Sherfone inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm, outward expression to Faust's shock and questioning. Sherfone did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items? Sherfone asked once more. Maybe this too is fate, Faust sighed. He then said, since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items. Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish. Sherfone handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade actually. Sherfone did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation in Sherfeng's previous life. 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name, Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god, and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man, Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Sherfone had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Sherfone. They did not understand why Sherfone was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning. The magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it, sooner or later, you will have to face it. Faust's caution was grim. He then continued, saying, While you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will, soon or later, devour you whole. Maybe this is also fate. Although the Heavenly Dragon's Breath is only a fragmented item, it could still, more or less, aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man. Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System. Rare quest, delicious golden fish, completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP, reputation in White River City plus 10. Sherfeng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body immediately after. A golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP. Blackie said. Entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero Wing Party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero Wing Workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous. Those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson. Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him? Blackie curiously asked. Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic rank staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Sherfeng shared the information of the items with the other 2 Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%, Movement speed plus 20%, Attack speed plus 30%, Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute cooldown. 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown. 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mekaseru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4. Mavis's Guard, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 1, Level 60. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 80. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%. Maximum mana plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All magic type skills plus 2 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill, Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a spear of light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light, Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a master forger uses 5 Radiant God Steel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory, Ring, Secret Silver Rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 40. Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 15, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8. Increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item? Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the 3 items previously. They thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. Chapter 161, Frightening Damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Shifeng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the Heavenly Dragon's breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possessed legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath right now, with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence, Shifeng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now, his strength was only at 111 points, with only 123 points in agility and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath, he needed to be level 20 at the very least, and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's Guard and the Ring of Glory. Shifeng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Shifeng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party, as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's Guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class, and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's Guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would this. Alright then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Shifeng's serious attitude and trust, He nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's guard. Right now, Mavis's guard was a level 11 epic rank staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory and the previously obtained level 15 mage class mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. This isn't real, right? My intelligence has reached 186 points. Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 186 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least twofold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT2 powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Just the aid he received in leveling up and the amount of secret silver equipment were already unimaginable, not to mention receiving an extremely important item such as an epic ranked item. On the other hand, it would be extremely strange if he received an epic ranked item that he could use right now. Moreover, when Lonely Snow looked at Shifeng's carefree reaction as he gave Blackie the epic ranked item, he knew that, as long as he performed well in Zero Wing Workshop, there was bound to be a day where he could obtain his very own epic ranked item as well. Hence, he did not need to be jealous over Blackie. An epic weapon is as frightening as expected, Shifeng said with a smile, looking at Blackie's attributes normally. An epic ranked item's level would grow along with its user. Only when Blackie reached level 60 could he display the true potential of Mavis's protection. The potential displayed by the level 11 Mavis's guard was but the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Shifeng knew of plenty of locations which hid epic ranked items. However, he did not have the ability to retrieve them right now. He also did not have a powerful team, so he had no way of obtaining those epic ranked items at the moment. He could only wait until his workshop developed before setting out to claim them. Brother Feng, let's go kill some elite monsters. I want to see the awe of an epic weapon. Blackie looked at Shifeng, restless with anticipation. Fine. Let's go look for some, then, Shifeng replied with a smile. During that year when he held his first epic ranked item, he, too, was as excited as Blackie right now. He had been extremely eager to test out his strength on powerful monsters very quickly. Under Shifeng's leadership, the trio located a level 17 rare elite, the Swamp Lizard, rare elite. Level 17. HP 200,000/200,000. Alert over. Lonely, try to restrict it as it attempts to spit out gray fog and use caution. Blackie, pay careful attention while you kite it. Make sure you maintain your distance from it. Shifeng spoke in the party chat. The Swamp Lizard was the most challenging rare elite in the Silent Swamp. If it was not for reaching level 12, the Abyssal Blade having upgraded to level 10, and Blackie's possession of Mavis's guard now, he would not have chosen to fight this monster at all. The Swamp Lizard was a physical melee-type monster. However, it could deal a lot of damage. With a single claw attack, it could take away more than half of a normal level 15 MT's HP. Its attacks also carried an additional petrification effect that slowed the target. Moreover, the Swamp Lizard's movement speed ranked at the very top of all the monsters found in the Silent Swamp. If a normal level 15 party met it, the usual result would be a party wipe. Soon after, Shifeng circled the Swamp Lizard. Without holding back, he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He then used Wind Blade, his swords piercing towards the back of the swamp lizard. Two damages of -288 and -224 points appeared above the swamp lizard's head. Compared to when Sherfoam dealt with a three-headed snake demon, his damage had greatly increased. However, to the swamp lizard, which possessed 200,000 HP, such damage was negligible. With an angry bellow, the swamp lizard slashed its claws at Sherfoam. Sherfoam dodged to the side, sending a level 7 chop, slashing towards the swamp lizard's waist. A damage of -1058 popped up above the swamp lizard's head. The swamp lizard immediately released a pained wail. Its steel-like tail turned into a black shadow as it swiped at Sherfoam. Sherfoam quickly reacted. He leaped into the air and dodged the attack, distancing himself from the swamp lizard. At the same time, Lonely Snow took this chance to use charge on the swamp lizard, interrupting the swamp lizard's follow-up attack. He then sent a violent strike at the swamp lizard's back, causing -28 damage. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the swamp lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the swamp lizard's body, a damage of -712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored spear of light struck the swamp lizard once more, landing a critical hit of -1,354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Sherfang's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the swamp lizard. When the swamp lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, a damage of -116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to -1,000 damage due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points. He activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon. Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Sherfoam controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total, a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the stars of light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Sherfoam highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. Chapter 162, Chieftain One Eye. Level 15 Monster Area, Silent Swamp Leader. Where are we headed? Brother Foam, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Sherfoam all this time, moving deeper into the silent swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Sherfoam intended to test the Stars of Light on. The Stars of Light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now, we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous. Sherfoam explained even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the Stars of Light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2,000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the Stars of Light. By seeing the skill's full potential, could Sherfoam make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them under Sherfang's lead, After the trio reached the core area of the Silent Swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring marsh. All around, there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally, they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One-Eye Brother Foam. Isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino, common monster. Level 20. HP 3, 200/3, 200. Twin-horned rhino, elite monster. Level 20. HP 17, 500/17, 5000. Rhino Chieftain One-Eye, special elite. Level 20. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Sherfone were very powerful and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the stars of light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Sherfone surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route leader. This is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss. Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time, only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me, then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart and you'll be fine. Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Sherfone spoke with a smile. I get it. Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart. Soon after, Sherfone sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Sherfone activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Sherfeng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12 and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Sherfone did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him within moments. Over 20 rhinos stood and rushed towards Sherfone. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Sherfone had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Sherfone followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The Rhino Chieftain One-Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Sherfone had no intentions of luring at Brother Foam. Leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Sherfone use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Sherfone lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing this scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Sherfone successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Sherfone in the future. With an expert like Shifeng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant just when Shifeng thought that all was within his control. An elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, charging at him. Although Shifeng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain. One Eye, discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shifeng with its blood-red eye, its front hoofs gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shifeng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill. Violent charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horn smashed into them. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then used Chop, the abyssal blade, slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the Defensive Blade's absolute defense effect, Shifeng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of minus 367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain. One Eye's had such a tough defense. Shifeng was slightly shocked. However, Shifeng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shifeng used Silent Steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shifeng. However, it did not use Violent Charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie used the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shifeng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful. Now leave it to me. Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shifeng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's Guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shifeng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second, following which Shifeng activated the Tier 2 Life Shield, his maximum HP soaring. Over 200 rhinos surrounded Shifeng. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Shifeng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Shifeng could hold on. Through evading alone, Shifeng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold onto his life almost. Shine out, Stars of Light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's Guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled, and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. This is. Shifeng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Shifeng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Shifeng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the ice blue devil flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade thunder flame explosion. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of minus 626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over minus 1,000 damage. All the rhino Shifeng's attacks struck fell into a fainted state. Unable to move for 4 seconds, the monsters surrounding Shifeng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Shifeng a short breather. As it starting, Shifeng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star, falling from the sky before the shooting star collided with the ground. Shifeng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of minus 900 damage. However, Shifeng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the stars of light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred, and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh from a high position. Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over minus 1,000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over minus 2,000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over minus 3,000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over minus 6,000 points. A level 20 swamp rhino only had 3,200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the Rhino Chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP. Minus 3,000 damage was not a light injury. AO. One Eye was enraged. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. It, too, descended this time. The impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and Chieftain One Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second, for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the 5th shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. "I won't let you go." Shifeng used Wind Blade and arrived in front of the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade at it. Abyssal Bind. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch, following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial minus 3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over minus 7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to 0. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items at the same time. Golden lights surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Sherfong had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the Stars of Light killed the level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intense might far exceeded Blackie's imagination previously. They had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now, however, it was no longer envious, but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13, and not from level 1 to level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people as long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment. Everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example, not to mention a special elite. The Stars of Light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party, fully equipped with secret silver equipment, could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic-ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver-ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Sherfeng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Sherfong let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money and extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Sherfong intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Sherfong, his face filled with excitement. Great. Just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero Wing Workshop should also start taking action now. Sherfong smiled brightly. It's about time we show off Zero Wing Workshop's strength. Chapter 164. The First Crisis. Kola was at a loss when he heard Sherfeng's words show the strength of Zero Wing Workshop. Others had constantly targeted the 3 of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would, sooner or later, fall behind even the average players. Is leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You 3 wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Sherfong did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Foam, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Sherfeng's joyous smile. Something good. You 2, stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests. Sure Feng, said Brother Feng. Rest assured, now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Cola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now, and even had an epic rank staff. If he could not carry Cola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Cola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic rank staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions. Lonely Snow joked, that's right. Cola and the others could not possibly imagine that. Within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Martial Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Cola and the others. You guys, Sure Feng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area, I've previously asked you guys to collect hardstones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinates. Report, Boss Unstable. Under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hardstones available. However, we're not sure why, but hardstones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So, that subordinate timidly said. Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, "You bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet, you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone? How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here?" Boss Unstable, maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly? Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hardstones? The Berserker, 5 Rats, said that's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hardstones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, so even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately. Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Yifeng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning, they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up and their search for Yifeng's party. However, before they found Yifeng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Yifeng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment, they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus, they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, They were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded, unstable devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally, they carried a lot of money on their persons, and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item, as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again, and instead choose to purchase hardstones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hardstones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins, and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hardstones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hardstones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem. The other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hardstones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hardstones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. Elsewhere, Sherfong had just set foot on the main street of the trade area. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hardstones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hardstones had more than doubled. Immediately, Sherfong felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky-high. Chapter 165, A Foolish Choice. Sherfong completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hardstones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hardstones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit right now. The danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with a constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hardstones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hardstones would still increase by several folds. In Sherfeng's previous life, hardstones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by 10-fold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Sherfeng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Fire Dance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Fire Dance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Fire Dance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate Fire Dance. We understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Yifeng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Fire Dance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Yifeng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that, if we do not sever our relations with Yifeng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up and quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Yifeng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right. Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Yifeng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Yifeng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I, too, share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Yifeng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000, and amongst them, there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before.
8.
Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from that Yifeng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you, Fire Dance, wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Fire Dance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Shifeng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time. Then if there are any of you willing to join Yifeng's team with me, please stand by my side. Fire Dance understood their troubles. Previously, they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large guild and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality previously. They didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, Such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Yifeng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Fire Dance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Yifeng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex Experts Fire Dance. Wake up, alright? We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Fire Dance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Fire Dance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Fire Dance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by that Yifeng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Yifeng by ourselves. Fire Dance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's domain. Yet, the result was such in the end. Soon after, Fire Dance opened her friends list, selected Yifeng, and contacted him. Previously, she had told Yifeng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big Brother Yifeng, I'm done on my side, Fire Dance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Shifeng had just finished meeting with Cola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Cola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions, and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Fire Dance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.